Hey, welcome everybody to Back to PBX. I'm here with the lovely Dianic for today's Playday 2 of PBX. We should have some spicy games ahead of us today. So Dianic, how are you feeling about today's games?
Listen, Amguns, you got me here right next to you. Standing here. First time actually casting this new season, so I'm pretty much excited of what we're going to see. We have two games for you guys prepared today, like always. Amguns, which two games are we gonna walk the viewers over
Yeah,
today?
so we've got Group A's lower bracket elimination match today. So this is going to be between G2L and Aku Aku. So we saw G2L play on the Sunday against INF, where INF gave them a couple of charity rounds, I think is fair to say. But I think looking at the score from the Aku Aku game, it should be a spicy BO3 we've got ahead of us. We'll show you the bans when they happen. We should have a spicy elimination match between G2L and Aku Aku. This will take the winner into the playoff match for the grand final of the group. So we should have the map bans coming up on the screen here. So we're going to go to Chalet first from GoToLimits, Clubhouse from Aku Aku, and our decider will be Bank. We've got some pretty standard maps coming up here. Dai, do you want to take us through any of these maps? Anything creative one of these teams might come up with?
I think what's fair to say, we have three maps that have been in the competitive pool for quite a while, which have been played till the end. As we all know, Clubhouse, it's been here for a while, nothing too much to say about it. And then on top of that, we have Chalet, which, here yet again, a map. It has been reworked, but over and over in time played. So I don't think we're gonna see anything too fancy, too new over these two maps because they're just so standard. We're gonna have to see good fundamentals, good basement stuff in order for one of the teams to win. And then Bank could be one of the maps where we could potentially see something new, potentially something out of pocket, maybe a few rushes, but we're gonna have to see again. All of these three maps have been a competitive for quite a while. Not like a Nighthaven Labs, not like a Layer, so it really comes down to the basics. Which of these two teams has the better team play, has the better basics today, and who's gonna take this best of three?
Yeah. We saw from GoToLimits that their fundamentals were not as good as INF on the first playday, so we're hoping they have done some VOD review and they should be good to go against Aku Aku. Aku Aku's game went all the way to 8-7, so this could be a really even matchup for our first BO3 for today. So we should be loading into the game right now.
There we go. Chalet. What is your expectations for this first map?
I think this is going to be really even. I'm looking for this to go back and forth between G2L and Aku Aku. As we saw on Sunday, the defense is very much the preferred side for all the teams so far. So I'm hoping to see some good fundamentals coming out from both teams. And it'd be very interesting to see what the bans are. Like with so many good operators on the defense at the moment, especially with the Monty and the Shields being so strong on the attack, I'm really looking forward to see what kind of bans we're going to see.
First man comes in is going to be a Florist, and I kind of agree with you. Depending on the bans, this can shift around a little bit. It can be a little bit more one-sided, can be a little bit more to the other side-sided. But I think it really comes down to the defender bans, if it's really going to be as defender-sided or defender-heavy, as you kind of just talked about it. The first two operators we have is Flores and Osa. Osa's rather an operator that we don't usually see on this map being banned. You would normally potentially see here like a Monty band on the next to Flores, or something that just takes out utility or Ram or Nook. Just a lot of other operators besides also. So that ban could be a little bit of a target ban, could also be to prevent certain strats from not happening. The first defender ban is going to be the Mirror. Anything surprising? I don't think so. I've seen it multiple times. This operator can be deadly on this map, same as the next operator is being banned as Zami. Two of the most deadly operators on the defense are now out, leaving the room door open for Fenrir. And if you have a team that is relying heavily on gunfights, then Fenrir could be a little bit of a problem to deal with.
And just as you mentioned the Fenrir, we are seeing Aku Aku. Okay, they had the Fenrir, and now they put the Frost instead.
Wait.
So I think for the top floor. Oh, they brought the Fenrir too. Nice. So you're going to have both the Frost and the Fenrir. There's quite a lot of jump-ins, especially if you're holding the mezzanine area. If you want to try and push into library, these Frosts can be a nightmare to deal with. Then once you've cleared all that, then you have to deal with the Fenrir on top of it. I think Aku Aku are lining up to go for very much a time waste of a strat here. They're going to try and bring as much utility as they can to try and slow down the push from Go2 Limits.
But if you look over it, we already have a Monty on the board, one of the operators I mentioned, which are usually banned on this map. With a slight chill meta now, slowly but steady arriving also in T4, I wouldn't be surprised to see the attacking side having here the upper hand, but as you said, they're focusing on heavily just delaying the attacking team with the Fenrir, with the Womai, with the mid, with the castle, making sure that they're very slow, and also any jump-ins could be denied by a beautiful Pogment. And I'm just gonna ask you, do you think there's going to be somebody going into a Pogment? And yes, who?
If it's going to be anybody, I'm going to be stereotypical and put it on the Ashe. The Ashe looks like they're going straight into games, so maybe they're going to avoid these Pogmats altogether. But this castle is basically waiting for this Ashe to enter in below. And this looks like a really good setup coming in from Aku Aku, where they're denying the entry into everywhere across this side of the map. So it looks like the drone work's coming out for Go2 Limits to try and get one of their entries into this bottom floor. Looks like Castle's going to make the smart decision and just run away. He's done his job, they've spotted him below, and now Go2 Limits is going to have to waste another 10-20 seconds trying to just confirm if this castle has run away. You can see IQ here being a little bit nervous that this castle could still be running around, but oh, what a shot coming out from the ace, and another entry coming in from the Buck on the other side of the map. This is a great start from Go2 Limits, finding 2 entries within the first minute of the round.
So that leaves the attacking side in the upper hand, but they still also have a few more guns. Even though the ace took a little bit of damage on 21 HP, it doesn't really matter too much because they've established, as you already mentioned, quite a lot of control. But even though they took a little bit of time, they're still very good on the time. 1 minute and 40 left. They still need to open up the breach, so if they can do that within the next 40 minutes, they will be back on schedule. And they have everything they need for that. They have a Bug, there's a Sledge, an Ashe, and IQ, so the Mute is not going to stay alive for very long on that breach. So all we need to make sure is that Ace does not lose his life here.
That is a naughty shot coming in from Castle. He's just got deleted on the blue stairs here, but as the attack, you've really got to... That's a great trade coming in from the ace on the breach, so the Buck on the breach, and he finds another. They just keep swinging this breach, trying to get the manic advantage back. The Buck is having none of it, so this should be a really easy execute for Go2 Limits now. You can either get the bomb down, or you can go for the kill on the Solar Frost. It's a 4v1. It's on you to win this round out and not let Frost have a way back into the round. So Frost is now stuck here. Sledge is doing his job, gets deleted. So ideally, we just see the bomb go down here, and the cover is in place.
Taking a little bit of damage, we can see Buck now on 2 HP, Frost still a little bit more health. But as the operators from the side of the attacking team, who are very low HP, and it's only Necro with full HP. We swing around the corner, we get the indication the Ashe is outside, but can we get this frag before we find ourselves? Is not going to be, as Necro secures the first round for Go2 Limits. Now, that was the opening pick, and I said they could have the advantage when it comes to the attacking round, as we see here again. Taken and being quick on the roam, also having the first 2 opening picks, which just put themselves in a very good advantage. As we all know, a 2-man advantage, and especially when you just keep taking those gunfights and just position your team in a very rough spot in a 1v4, then it's not going to look all too great for you. But that was just the first defending round, and as I like to say, especially in these type of games, the first 2 rounds a little bit of get to know each other, right? Just get to know what is the enemy team playing, how they playing it. After that, how can we strat against it? And I also see something, I spy something with my little eyes. There's a clash.
There is a clash. I like to see the fact that we've got a Tabaro on the board as well. Not pairing this with a Bandit or a Cade though is a little interesting from the side of Aku Aku. We saw on the Sunday games how much of a problem that combination can be of the Cade and Tabaro. So I think the Tabaro is going to be more used to waste the time here rather than outright deny the breach. But this clash is going to be the major problem, if you like, to deal with from the side of Go2 Limits. From the lineup that Go2 Limits seem to have been bringing, I think we're going to see a split take here. Looks like they want to open up the main breach and maybe the wine cellar breach at the same time, which could give you some really good crossfires to deal with the clash. But the fact that there's no like Ali or Nomad or any like operators that cause the guard break to happen on that shield has me slightly worried for Go2 Limits. I don't think they're aware that this clash has been brought out, so this could be a real problem for the attack here coming into this round.
Exactly, because it's not the clash the operator need to worry about, but rather the people behind it. And if you have nothing to annihilate that, for example, as you said, Kaid or a Nomad, something that just gets rid of this operator for the first few parts and just pushes him into another direction, is going to be a little bit difficult. As you mentioned, it's going to be the main opening breach and also a little bit of a side take, but the one thing I also noticed is we don't have any vertical operators, which can make it a little bit tougher, now considering that the Legion is upstairs trying to play it from the hatch, which we need to take. But also there's a few operators going to make it a little bit difficult, which is not going to happen because we find the first opening pick on Sad Legion, on the one who was roaming. The Clash is there also ready to take the gunfight, not even with the shield out. And Stronghold find themselves a double kill now in that window. He's left with 1 HP, but he positioned his team in a very good spot as he takes out the Clash, which just highlighted how dangerous this operator could be. Well, unfortunately, it's now gone, and now we have a roaming smoke.
Loading new magazine!
Yeah, I don't think I agree with this decision to go and try and avenge your Legion. I think you've got to cut your losses when your solo roamer gets picked like that. Especially that Clash being able to burn so much time later in the round. Valkyrie, I think, not Valkyrie, sorry, Tabara found one back somewhere else onto the Thermite. I think maybe as he went to get this breach open. But now he's been traded out from the wine cellar stairs. And this should be another great execute coming in for Go2 Limits. Aku Aku just not being confident in their anchor positions, just feeding Go2 Limits kills there. They have traded one back, and the IQ is low HP. So this could be a very winnable round for Aku Aku, providing that Go2 Limits find a way to give them the ones to even up the man count. The question now for Go2 Limits is how do you clear this boiler position? You've got the Thermite, you've got the cross held from the IQ. This guy can just tuck in behind the shield and just play his time. There isn't really any util to deal with this. Ash has just got swung off the shotgun. You cannot just swing these guys one by one. You need to find a way to deal with the shield or ignore the problem. And this is now, and he's been down to the barbed wire. That 1 HP really coming in clutch from the Clash early in the round. Now it becomes a 2v1 in the favor of Aku Aku.
Unfortunately,
Sledge trying to work his
as you
magic here.
mentioned.
Sorry, go ahead.
Ooh.
I got deleted.
Tried to do the magic. Didn't quite work. It was a little bit of a shockwave, we can say, right? Funny. But it was a shotgun at the end of the day, holding the ball position. This is why I meant when you don't have the utility to deal with such things, is going to be a little bit difficult. Now the attacking side started off really strong, taking out the first 2 operators. Even though Strode was on 1 HP, he managed to secure his team another 3rd kill. But after that, it got a little bit difficult because they tried to focus so much down on this one player in Boiler, but they had enough time, theoretically speaking, to just turn around and focus on the main side. But because of that lack of utility, because of even lack of potential vertical gameplay, the issue was there. They couldn't really rotate around with tunnel vision on this one player on Boiler. He did his magic, had the shotgun out, played the close range as he should, and just knew he's going to be safe because they had the information which the last 3 operators were. So he knew he's not going to be taken out, and he's just going to be the problem there. Now we can see Go2 Limits already adapting to the same problem they had last round. Now we bring in a lot more utility. And when I say a lot more, oh lord.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, this is looking good. We've got a Doki to help the roam clear if they choose to push from office. Looks like this is looking really interesting. Looks like Team Aku Aku are actually going to try and hold this office side for a little bit. Looks like they've made office into a little bit of a stronghold, reinforcing the walls from Master. This could be just to waste some time. Normally you would reinforce the canine walls, which our observer is showing us here. So maybe they're looking to extend out into this office side just a little bit. But if you look at the lineup from Go2 Limits, I like the fact that we got a Ying, I like the fact that we got a Deimos and the Doki to try and aid in this roam clear and make it as efficient as possible. This Mew is chilling in basement and might get a really cheeky kill here depending on how Sledge plays this. And that is a freebie coming out for Rooney. Maybe they've done some VOD review and knew this team likes a basement take. If I'm reading this correctly, there's 2 guys in basement here. So I don't know if the default cams or if they just had a hunch on that this basement take is coming in. Mew has played this really well and found a great opening onto the Sledge. That's 2 nades off the board as well as a soft destruction for later in the round. Ying is just chipping away here at the double window, probably trying to cause a distraction for the rest of the team to get in the building, but it seems like Aku Aku are not biting and they've read into this take really well.
Now that is the first time the defensive side actually had the opening pick, which is obviously going to position them in a good spot as we take a little bit more damage here, but not quite enough yet for a kill. Go2 Limits, they seem to focus a lot on this library take, but rather more from the windows than from the inside of the building. Now that is going to be a little bit of a problem because we already have half of the round is gone, and little to no room has been established from Go2 Limits. So they don't have any space, and they're going to have to rely here a little bit on gunfight if they want to get this trade offer and bring it back down to a 4-4, or even if they want to make an entry into the entirety of the building, because you're going to be ticked down. We're soon to a minute down, and The only thing we've established so far is the basement spot with the Deimos. But here again, he should be in the opening spot as the Incandelas come through. But the Warden is already waiting, Doka Call as well. And just Aku Aku, they're preparing for this push. They're just waiting for their enemies so far. Let's Go To Limits are just using their utilities, not quite pushing upon the utilities as we can see, using a few more smokes, but the Warden, it doesn't really matter. He's just gonna look for it, he's just gonna wait for it. Deimos finds himself not injured and also been taken out. And you have it, the 2-man advantage, last 40 seconds left, little to no room established in control. Just really gonna have to be relying on the gunfights as another one falls. And he's left to the last man standing. Necro and Keds. In the last
This
20
is not
seconds
looking
of
good
this
for the
round.
side. Yeah, this is not looking good for the side of G2 Limits here. You're in a 4v2. You basically, your plan fell apart and you've been lost. Necrololo does find one back. You've still got this Warden on the hatch above, so he can hold this site basically indefinitely because there's been no pressure on him through the whole round. And that's going to be an easy pickup almost for the Frost. Little tagging his feet, finding him through the wall. Now you're in a 1v3 if you're Cats. They're not going to give this Cats guy anything. They're going to just hold their positions and not give him any kills. And that's a really well played round from the defense. They got their opening pick, they didn't let the kills get traded back, and Go To Limits just seemed kind of lost, to be honest. After their initial plan to go basement sort of fell apart, I think they had to improvise, and because of that opening pick not going their way, they've just kind of lost their way in that round. So again, credit where it's due, Aku Aku playing it very well, reading into the attack that was coming, and now we go back to Kitchen. Oh, it's the first time we're going to Kitchen actually die. I don't think we've seen a Kitchen defense yet, so I like this from Aku Aku to go through all 4 of the bomb sites to kind of put the pressure on the attack to adapt to all of their different strats.
We actually have not been to Kitchen yet, which is going to be interesting. Because here again, there's a lot of things how you can attack, how you can adapt here from the side of Go To Limits. But it really comes down to not rely too much on the gunfights. There again, last round, didn't take nearly any space. It was really decided down to this one point to just have the gunfights. Which didn't quite work out in the favor, as you already mentioned, which ended up then leaving the 1v4, 1v5, and now we're switching that, I was about to say an IQ to an IQ. It's going to be the Ash. We're taking a little bit more utility. We're bringing out the Monty also on the board. Do you think Monty's going to be a big change in this round? Do you think Monty's going to be a huge gameplay changer?
Yeah, I think Go To Limits are going for maybe a different style of take. Like, we have no hard breach. I don't know if Monty's brought the secondary hard breach gadget as his backup. But there's, normally you would open the office walls. You'd maybe try and open the lower fireplace wall and get the bomb down. It seems like Go To Limits have a very different plan in mind. Rooney's found another opening pick onto Strohalt while we've been talking. And I think the plan was to clear top floor completely with the Monty from office. But now you've lost your entry again. That's 2 entries for the defense. So this has set Aku Aku up really well for this round. Now they've got stuck. Not bringing the util to open this castle barricader has got another kill, cost you another kill from the Valkyrie. You can't just sit here and punch these barricades. You should really be bringing util to get yourself in here. Or at least cover the Monty with the buck. These are 2 free kills for Aku Aku that have gone untraded. The Valkyrie as well as Rooney finding some really creative openings here to set their team up for success.
Swapping mags.
2-man disadvantage. Quite unfortunate, but also here again, if you set yourself up for these holds and you're gonna just have to expect, especially in competitive gameplay, that you're gonna be punished for it. When it wasn't covered, they didn't take the space from library on, and they knew there were 2 people on this castle barricade, so what are we gonna do? Everybody's gonna peek that window, everybody's gonna try to pre-fire it. And they've taken out the Monty. They're not bringing enough utility, is here again, because of the opening pick just was absolutely crucial. If there would have been an Ash, if there would have been somebody who could have dealt better with that castle barricade, the round could have ended up looking differently. But it didn't.
100%. Like, they had the Zofia too. So I don't know what is going on. It just seems like they don't have a plan.
You said a good point. They had the Sophia. Sophia now dies as well. To the hands of the defensive side, we have the first final kill starting from the attacking side. Necro finds himself the Valkyrie. There's a C4 gone. And a gun gone as well. A little bit of a cheeky kill here on the master bedroom window. Castle gone. 2v3 is looking a lot more possible, is looking a lot more viable now to play this. But here again, they're relying so much heavily on the gunfight, which is going to fight back. But Necro, just wanting to shoot open the door, finds himself another kill while his teammate is being injured and eliminated. So it was a trade at the end. Is just still the last man standing here. As in the last 20 seconds as well, we're trying to walk up the West Main stairs to get a little bit of a cheeky play here. As we see the player not quite hitting the head. Revealing our position as we push in, swinging around the store, seeing this another player, injuring him. There's one more player standing, 5 seconds left as we swing around the corner. It's going to be Aku Aku who's going to find the final kill in this round. Now that is the defensive side, they're taking the upper hand.
Yeah, not sure what Aku Aku is playing at. Maybe they got bored because they found both the openings and the attack didn't really want to push anything. But, you know, you're in a 5v3 to a 4v2. You just don't need to peek. Like, especially at this level, you know, you should really be playing your crossfires and not letting this, you know, clear round, a round that's clearly in your advantage, get down to a 1v1. You saw that Frost and Mute had a good crossfire on the one door, but Doki sneaking up those West Main stairs causing problems. Almost finding both the kills to clutch the round out for go to limits, but I'd like to see Aku Aku kind of stick to their guns, stick to playing the crossfires they had in their first two defensive wins, to really shut out go to limits here. You don't really need to make these rounds that close. It was well played from go to limits to find the trades back, but they only happen if Aku Aku sort of present you with the opportunity to refrag the kills back in their favor. So I'd like to see Aku Aku try and be a little bit more disciplined. This is only 2-4, so we can't be too harsh on these guys. But that was a very, very close round, almost swinging back in the favor of go to limits.
5 seconds remaining.
No, but you're completely right there. When you have the man advantage, when you are in a 2v4, you just want to make sure that every single kill is a trade. So if you die, you make sure that there is somebody who could retrade you, or you just play the completely safe route and just not even try to peek in. Especially in the last 20 seconds, we saw the Mute swinging around, definitely something that could have been a little bit dangerous. With him dying, he's putting his teammate in the last 5 seconds in a dangerous position because he has been revealed. So all the things you said there just point out that even though the round looks very winnable because you have the man advantage, still gonna have to be careful to not completely give it away. And from all the things that they have potentially now learned and improved, this round is going to be a little bit different as we find ourselves on the basement spot and go to limits have brought the ram. The thing that I've pointed out, and the first time they've attacked this bomb site, that they had no vertical gameplay, and now we have it. I think they heard my prayers.
Yes, they have. And they also had my prayers. We now see the Cade and the Tabaro being brought out from the side of Aku Aku. So it seems like all of those improvements we wanted to see, they must have been listening. It's nice to see that Flash is now actually keeping the shield up and not just trying to and playing with the Legion. We saw there was a little bit of separation. Maybe there was a bit of late to setup. But Legion is trying to hold down this dining. He's jiggle peeking this K9 balcony, into the Mez balcony as well, where Thatcher was holding earlier. I think the plan is going to be to hold this vertical, waste as much time as we can with the clash. We can see the floor bangers trying to come out from the ace to clear this Legion. The problem is, if you go direct to site here, this vert can be used against you. You saw the Legion making the vert in the floor earlier. We say that though Ash has found the Legion. Sorry, he's found Cade upstairs? Maybe through the floor that's been found. IQ finding another pick. And this is looking really good from the side of go to limits. They found their entries, now they just need to convert this round. You need to not let the defense find a way back in. Just hold the ground you've taken. As we say that, the ace gets traded back. The Mutes found a really good pick there. So now hopefully we don't see the same problems that we saw in the earlier round. But the Legion, as we said, is holding on to this area and is not going to be taken out. And what a shot coming into the main area. And this Legion is just popping off. And that is an amazing 4K coming in from the side of the Legion to keep his team in this defense. He has just 180'd everybody. Maybe taking some notes from Shaiko, 1v4ing the whole team on his own. He's hit some nice shots here. That's a triple there, and then that last kill giving him the quad for the round. So even though the clash had left him, he was like, this is my area. You will not be taking kitchen from me. So yeah, just amazing individual performance coming out from the Legion to win Aku Aku the round.
Absolutely, that round is definitely going to give him a little bit of back pain, if we're all being a little bit honest. A quad kill on one of the defensive rounds. Nothing we have not already seen in all the other and various rounds. But it's the fact they've been trying to clear out this Legion for the entirety of the round, and it is the one operator that fights back. Even though we got the 2 opening picks from the side of go to limits, unfortunately, we didn't quite execute on the Legion as we wanted to. We took out the Kaid, we took out the Clash quite early in the rounds, and then it was just next step, take out the Legion, and after that you can flood side because you have the man advantage, you have the vertical gameplay. That didn't quite happen as everybody just decided to
10 seconds to insertion.
take their own 1v1 gunfights, and Legion just
5 seconds to go.
taken all of these 1v1 gunfights for himself.
Attackers are moving to
1,
defuse
2,
the
3,
bomb.
4 quad kill, and at the end just turning the entire round upside down. So that's Aku Aku now being a free and having a 3-round advantage. This could be the last round for them to move up to a 5-1, and we could be seeing a first very quick map. But this could also be for Go to Limits to just catch up a little bit, make it 2-4, and then have the default secured. As the Fire Capitals come through,
Warden's getting cooked.
taking a little bit damage, not quite enough for the kill though, as we drop down the hatch. And we survive with a slither of HP.
Yeah, not great to see that. It's a great read from Go To Limits. That obviously they've attacked this bomb site before. They kind of know the setup of what Aku Aku was going to do. There's not much adaptation from the lineup of Go To Limits in this round. Much adaptation from Aku Aku. So Go To Limits are read into that. I think if you feel the frost, you need to tell your warden, look, you might get flamed out here in a second. But Shoes has found an opening to trade the man count in their favor. This IQ is not having a great day on the entry. That's 3 now opening picks for the side of Aku Aku, which is probably why they're 4-1 ahead. This is a very direct take coming out from Go To Limits. I like this to change the strategy, to basically hit the site direct and not have to deal with all the aggression from Aku Aku on other parts of the map. They almost got the opening pick out of it, cooking the Warden, they've just got outgunned. Nano has just been taken out elsewhere from this top mez area, and you cannot just push this guy single-handedly. Like, we need some pressure from the K9 side to help you push into this crossfire. Because as you can see, the Buck and the Sledge are not working together to isolate these ones. They're basically taking 2 different 1v1s, one guy on the box, one guy on top mez, and the defense is playing this really well. Hold this crossfire and not get many openings. Whammy's feeling himself swinging this guy, but now he knows if he just sits here, the Frost can cover him. He got greedy. Buck finding a kill back at least, but it's now a 4v2. The Mutes even come to help this guy out, so they're still holding on to these positions. And that's another great trade coming in. They should know the Buck is the last one. I think Buck knows that they're all going to start swinging him here soon. It's just a really good crossfire coming out from Aku Aku. They know if we just sit in the box, we've got the whammies to protect us, and we can hold this cross.
Even though Go To Limits right now in a little bit of a tough position, the one thing that I have been noticing of all of these runs, each run they try to adapt, they try to do something different and work with the information they had before. Not every time it worked out, as we can see here. You are left in a 1v4 yet again. There's not much you can do. You don't have any information you can gather. No drones, no nothing. You're gonna have to face check it. And let's be honest, in Library there's so much face check. So that is then the defense having a 4-round advantage. Even though Go To Limits are trying their best to adapt each round to work with the information they've gathered before. But as you mentioned, when you don't have the opening pick, when you just keep losing your man, and especially in that round, what also showed there's a reason why most of the successful takes on that bomb site are coming from Solar and Off-Face onto the blue stairs, onto the Mezabelk. It's because it works. It's because you're taking room, you're taking space, and you're boxing in the defenders. Now, if you attack only from Library and you don't have the operators and the utility to deal with that, a Capital, a Ying, a Monty, a lot of operators that can push and just create chaos, Grim, Beast, and just take away vision, you're not going to be able to succeed and go much further than that point, as we saw there. Even though they made their way into Library, it didn't quite work out because they could work with it. They got immediately pushed out of it again. Thus now they move to the defensive side. They're going to be the ones defending. Office and Master Bedroom is first. And that was the one side that Aku Aku actually lost.
Yeah, so as we move into Go To Limits' defense, they've got a mountain to climb ahead of them. But if you're in Go To Limits' shoes here, you've got to be thinking, if they can do that in one half, we can do the same. As we spoke about earlier, defense is normally the preferred side, so getting 1 round is not ideal. Most times you want to get a 4-2 split, winning that tertiary site, but because Aku Aku had the strat book to play all 4 bomb sites, that's kind of what's given them the lead. So we really need Go To Limits to dig deep here and find some defenses to get the snowball rolling in their favor. I think this is where the Doki is right now. This is what Go To Limits were missing in the previous round. is you've got some pressure from this Ivy window to be able to pressure the Warden, so pressure the Whammy, who's now run away in a very smart way. Because we've seen the Monty pressure here, basically forcing all of these players back from Blue and Mez to take the control extremely quickly. This is really good progress, and a pick coming out for Aku Aku on the back of it, finding one of the players who was backing off. This is what the Monty lets you do. You can clear so much space, basically for free. The Legion's obviously in basement, and he needs to be helping his team with this Monty. So maybe he was waiting for the lurk to come through in basement. He is now flanking main, so he might be able to refrag the man count back here. I don't know if they've seen him on the drone. The Monty seems to have no idea. He snuck his way into games as well, and he's taken the head off the buck. So this is going to be a huge problem now for the attack, because they've got to find a way to clear this guy, and this is going to waste so much more time. And the Monty's fine for free. Never mind. Well played from the Monty to get off his drone and have the cutoff in place. So now this should be this is looking like a really good round for Aqua. This is the power of the Monty and having your plan sorted. Melusi's now in a really tough spot, trying to trick the breach, but the half wall is now a tough position to clear. If we look at the lineup from Aku Aku, there's nothing to really make this Melusi move, so you need to find a way to pinch this guy out so you can actually push in and get the bomb down. We might see a barricade bang coming in here from the Ace, and that's exactly what we see. Really well played from the Ace. Find this Melusi. Now this should be a done round for Aku Aku. No plant denial coming in from the side of the defense. This Whammy is stuck in a rock and a hard place. This cross between the K9 and the piano window is never nice to deal with. Fenrir finding one back on the backstab, but that backstab has let the plant go down. And now we're going to be seeing a post plant on the side of Aku Aku. It's now been evened up to a 2v2. Necrolo is finding the trades here to bring the man count back, but they've still got the Ace and the Grim to deal with. The Grim on low HP could tilt this round into the favor of Go-To-Limits if they've played this retake correctly. The Satsui, knowing he's on low HP.
Exactly. It's a 2v2 and Satsui is on low HP, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for him, but he prones down on the ground, finds himself another kill, so it's all up to one man standing. It's not going to be him as Aku Aku secure themselves now with this round the match point. That's so easy sometimes can go when you have a Monty and you just push and takes the ground. Legion did manage to get through. Very, very cheeky, by the way. We just saw it on the cam a few seconds before he actually got the kill. They just barely missed him. As soon as he was visible, the cam looked to the right, and that right there is just siege timing for everybody. So if you're new, completely new to Rainbow Six Siege, and you're just watching this and you just spectated this, that is siege timing for you. Get used to it. It's normal, and it's going to cause a lot of brain pain. Just pain. That was absolute pain. Unfortunately, even though the Legion came through, he wasn't able to secure too many kills. He did secure one, a little bit of a trade-off, but didn't quite get the Monty. But now here we have Aku Aku, and you did mention it could be a little bit of a closer game. Well, Amguns is not quite as close as fingers you hoped.
Yeah, coming off the back of Sunday, I was hoping maybe we'd get a much more exciting first map to start off the second day of PBX, but Aku Aku, I think, clearly showing that they are a couple of tiers above their competition in terms of Go-To-Limits. The first attack, Go-To-Limits' first defense, you really want a strong defense to kind of put some confidence in your team to help you kind of snowball some rounds. And Aku Aku have just taken that by the horns and just not let them get any momentum going. I think in large parts down to the Monty. You can now see they've brought a blitz. I think Aku Aku heavily leaning into the shield meta right now. They just give you so much freedom to be able to take these power positions from the defense in a relatively safe way. And of course, going back to older Siege as well, even not having the ability to be so aggressive, just the information you gain from the Monty and being able to continuously feed to your team kind of what's going on, who they need to put pressure on, basically just let Aku Aku steamroll to this top floor defense. But we're going to see Go-To-Limits kind of go to a bar defense, so hopefully they hold this much better than they held the Master Bomb side.
With a lot of operators to create chaos is going to create a lot of problems. Now we have the Ying with the Grim with the Blitz. Especially from the last round, we saw that this player can be quite dangerous on a shield operator. No, Fenrir and the players said this is the one operator is going to deny a little bit of gun gameplay. As we do have the first two opening picks, a little bit of a trade-off. Now the Blitz is making his way slowly but steady into the map and closer to the enemies. As soon as he gets close enough, he's obviously gonna flash. Then we have the Ying with another flashbangs, and the only person that is immune to that is the Warden, and he's playing very upfront. So one thing that Aku Aku have been doing so far Well, is the last round they knew where they were able to attack and they saw the gap, but are they going to be seeing the gap now? Because the one operator they need to be taken out is Warden in order to create bigger gaps. So just turn this round upside down and make it theirs.
Yeah, as we see, this is the middle ground where all of the teams struggle. We spoke about on Sunday the hesitation effect, but that is just not applied to Aku Aku. Having this blitz and having these operators you mentioned as being causing chaos just lets you steamroll through these defenses. This is such a common hold that we've seen so many teams struggle to break through, but because the attack have brought the right lineups, they've now created a 3v2 with the Ying who's been downed. They are now picking up the Ying. This could be a cheeky angle coming in from the side of Mute. Yep, finds the Grim. There's another one low HP. Picks him up too, and you just don't need to peek this guys from the attack. This has now swung the favor and back to go to Limits' side. Now in 2v2 with 30 seconds to go. The Blitz and the Ying though could cause you to win these rounds. So we see the Skopos flanking top floor. He's just missed the guy who's dropped in the bar. And the question is now, how do you deal with this Blitz? Because he's going to be able to isolate these 1v1s. He finds the Mute, and now they have site control. So the question is now, do we get the bomb down? Do we go for this last kill on the Skopos? What is the plan now for Aku Aku? It seems like we're just going to send it in the face of the Skopos. He's been tagged heavy, but he's found the Blitz, but then good thing the Ying's there for the trade. So almost getting a little bit dicey there for the side of Aku Aku, but the good team play between the Ying and the Blitz, clutching out the game, clutching out the round and the game. So a 7-1 round for Aku is really going to hurt Go to Limits.
That's how easy it can go. And I said, as soon as the Blitz comes close range, he's going to be deadful. He's going to be the one operator making the change. We saw that he can do it on the Monty, and now he had the abilities to do it on a Blitz where he can flash and just push into whatever he wants. He got close. He set his last teaming up for great success. And now we have it, Aku Aku securing themselves the first map in this best of 3 on Chalet. Don't worry guys, there's still going to be another map. But this first map, I think, for Go to Limits, is going to be a little bit of a reality check. These enemies aren't going to be as easy, especially when we saw the first round. It was very favored to Go to Limits. But after that, we saw Aku Aku every time pulling back. Each round was better than the round before. Each round they improved the mistakes in the round before. And they learned from each round, even though Go to Limits did the same and they improved from round to round. The one issue that we saw, especially in Go to Limits, is just that aggressiveness, is just peeking alone, not swinging together with the team, not holding each other's crossfires, and not supporting each other. And especially on a map like Chalet, you're gonna have to do that if you want to succeed. Now, the next map is going to be Clubhouse, and here again, fundamentals. And I fear a little bit for Go to Limits because their fundamentals on Chalet didn't look too spicy, Amguns.
No, not at all. Like, if we look at some of the rounds they were playing on their, especially on their attack, they just seemed, especially if they lost the man advantage, which happened 3 times, I believe. So in 3 different rounds, Aku Aku finding creative ways to get the opening pick. The sort of plan fell apart from Go to Limits, especially on the attacks. They just, as we spoke about, it all comes down to your basics. These are maps that everyone knows how to play. These are maps that everyone knows kind of how the holds are going to be looking. And Go to Limits just not having the strat book on attack to be able to deal with some of these setups. I think, you need to go back into your dry runs. You need to kind of look over how you want these attacks to work. I think on one of the rounds, it was a castle barricade that stumped Go to Limits. Valkyrie managed to find an easy flank, shooting through the K9 window. And you just can't let these easy picks go towards the other team. Like, if you're giving up bodies this easily, it's really not going to set you up for success. I think, as you mentioned as we were talking about the game, it's just the kind of style that Go to Limits are playing. They almost seem to cut corners. They're not kind of taking the map in a traditional way. So obviously not taking that the library side, and denying that space from the defenders really cost them in that round. So it just seems to me like the plan that Go to Limits have trying to execute here might be missing steps, and they might be kind of trying to take shortcuts in their executes to try and that's costing them. So I think we are going to jump to a break. Sorry, you can tell us.
Just one more thing.
You can finish this off.
Exactly. Just one more thing, and after that, I'm gonna let you guys go on a little bit of a cheeky break, and then you can get yourself a little bit of a popcorn. You just mentioned about a little bit about cutting corners and skipping steps. When we now move to the second map, which is going to be Clubhouse, you cannot be really doing that. All of us know Clubhouse is a step-to-step checklist map. If you miss one of the points, you're gonna be punished heavily. And I'm hoping that the defensive side, whoever is gonna start on the defense, whoever is then gonna be on the defense, is gonna take advantage of it. Because both teams tried to cut corners at both the times, but Go to Limits did it even more than their opponents. So if they do the same thing, if they don't quite follow the movement and the rhythm of the map, is not quite going to work out. But also, it's Clubhouse. Everybody knows how to play the map. Everybody knows every angle. So, Go to Limits, I do see them a little bit superior when it comes to the mechanical gameplay. So they could take advantage on that because a lot of the steps do involve taking space with gunfights. So that could position themselves in a good spot. But before that, before we move into too much theory and into too much, we'll lose ourselves into it. We're gonna send you guys on a little bit of a break. We'll be back with the second map soon. See you guys. Welcome back after a little bit of a short break, and as I said, it wasn't too long as we are ready and here back with map number 2. But before we go into the map, a little bit of a chat that still needs to happen. Amguns, what do we think?
Yeah, this was speed running the first map from the side of Aku Aku. There was a big difference between the teams, but as we move into Clubhouse, it's going to be more of the same. It's very much understanding the basics. You know, can we focus? Can we make sure all the stuff that we've prepped, we stick to it? And hopefully we see a better side to G2L. Like the side I think we saw from G2L in this first map is nothing like what we saw on Sunday. So I'm really hoping we see the better side of G2L that we saw against INF. So going back to you, Dai, what are you hoping to see improvement-wise from G2L?
I'm just hoping that they focus down a little bit and just get this team play sorted, get the basics sorted, because let's be honest, it wasn't too great on the first map. Now second map is going to be relying heavily on the basics, so the focus needs to be from the players ready in the game, because it is Clubhouse. Everybody knows how to play that map. Like, we've been over this multiple seasons.
Even in ranked, like everyone knows how this map works. This map has been played so much since the rework. For those OG members in the chat, you know, thinking back to when Connector didn't used to be a thing, you know, this map has been out a long, long time. Like, it's very much, everyone knows how to play it. Everyone knows what's going to happen. It's very much like Oregon. It's, you know, there's ways and means to hold this. There's ways and means to attack this. It's been tried and tested, kind of how things are going to go. So hopefully G2L can just, you know, revert back to basics. Don't try and be too clever. And then hopefully we get a more exciting game to watch as we go into map 2. So I think, Dai, if you want to take us into map 2, I think all the players are ready. So let's go ahead in.
Well, I'm hoping all the players are ready, because I surely am. Map number 2 of this best of 3, G2L against Aku Aku. Clubhouse, what a great map to potentially finalize this best of 3, or potentially to extend it, as the third map would be Bank. We're just hoping. There we go. There we go. We're just looking at the players.
Now we're
just
going
making
in.
sure everybody
Now we're going in.
is in the lobby. Again, just making sure that.
Well, the rosters haven't changed, right? In case you wanted to see
No,
what
they
the rosters were
haven't.
before we went in.
Yeah, just
Here we go.
just wanted to make a little bit of check on all the players if they're still in the lobby. You know, just like a little bit of a stalking.
100%.
Anyway, that's beside the point, I think. G2 Limits, bans. What do you expect, Amguns?
I really want to see a Cade ban. Like, as we saw, like, Cade and Tabaro, I'm going to keep banging on about this. This is my favorite combination in the game for defense right now. Especially trying to get Motor Hatch open, we're trying to get Kitchen Hatch open. Blue Hatch is another nightmare. I think it can make your attacks significantly easier. But obviously, Go2 Limits starting out on the side of the defense. They might want to keep the Cade in play to make their life easier, but then obviously they've got to play against it as well. I like the little bit of trash talking coming out from both teams. Doesn't matter what the ban is, Aku Aku go, we don't play it. So maybe Aku Aku trying to get into the heads of Go2 Limits as this ban phase, as we spoke about it. There's the Cade ban. Aku Aku deciding, you know, we do not want to deal with this. A little bit of trash talk coming back from the side of Go2 Limits. I really like this going into this second map, because, you know, Go2 Limits need to settle in. They need to kind of focus, as you mentioned. So again, these are pretty standard bans across the board. So what do you make of the Tabaro ban now that Cade has also been banned?
Well, it shows it's going to be a little bit easier to get the breaches open, which we need from the side of Aku Aku. So I think that ban actually played in their hands quite well. They know they're going to be attacking 6 rounds now. So taking out the Kaid and then Tubaru as well. Let's just be honest. That just means there's 2 operators left, a mute and a bandit.
To locate and defuse bombs.
What we're gonna
Makes
do
your life
else?
a lot easier, right?
Dispatcher. Yeah, dispatcher it. Open up the breach. Right, if you want to be fancy and don't want to bring 2 operators for 1 breach, get a Maverick in. Do the Maverick trick. Open up the breach within the first 30 seconds of the round. There you have the main breach. You have hatches. You have everything you need. Hatches are gonna be open, hopefully from the beginning on, because like again, Kaid's gone. But I do think that this blitz ban is actually gonna hurt Aku Aku a little bit, because on that last map they made great use of the shield operators.
Yeah, Aku Aku loving the chaos, right? So we saw a similar kind of thing, similar theme here, I guess, from Aku Aku. We haven't seen, obviously Ying's been banned, but no Grim, no Capital. But Aku Aku sort of liking the chaotic style of play. We want to be all up in the opponent's face. We want to be aggressive, so obviously the Blitz ban will definitely hurt Aku Aku in that side. But this looks like a very sort of normal attack coming in from the side of Aku Aku. A little bit of concern that I have is there's nothing to help with the roam clear here or the flank watch. So as we've seen a lot of teams attack on this map, as most people attack, you want to get the kitchen hatches open, you want to open the motor hatch. Cheeky Pete coming out here from the Kapkan trying to find an opening. He's not going to see anything as this dirt tunnel is opened up. He is trying to find the pick still. We could see the opening coming in from the Ram, but the Ram is approaching. Maybe find the pick. Kapkan's still sticking by this to try and find the Ram, and this might backfire.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Maybe not.
Might backfire a little bit, as you said. Although we have the Kapkan has been secured, and hopefully now the teams are gonna shoot out the Kapkan traps, because we all know we've been there. I've been there as well multiple times. Just I know there's a Kapkan, but I still forget to shoot the traps and I die. So that's the first Kapkan trap gone as we take a little bit of damage here from the side of Kapkan. But there's no 2 Roman. As you mentioned, we don't have anything specific to take out these Romos. Which just means we're gonna have to do top to bottom roam clear. We're gonna have to make sure that we take these gunfights as we find the first one now being injured. Trying to find him now with frag as well. Yes, he's going to find because he rolled down the stairs. That's Kai. That's
Yeah, I should know that.
That's Kapkan gone. But as far as my knowledge, there should be still a cheeky little Roma on the play, which could cause a lot of problems later in the round.
Yeah, this Melusi was roaming. I think we've just seen in the VOD that there is still one guy top floor. And this is where flank watch can really kill you. If there is a late flank coming in, we saw it in the games on Sunday. I think it was Sparks that flanked up these stairs like twice. IQ just cannot seem to find this camera. This is like
having
the
a hard
golden...
time.
There we go. He's found it. Yeah, he's having a hard time trying to find... With the IQ, you know, that pistol not being as good as the AR to find the camera. But now they found it, they should be set up. It looks like they're getting set up really well to execute into this bottom floor site. It is a 5v4, you've got the advantage, you've got dirt open. Seems like they're about to take dirt control, they want to push the hatch at the same time and try and get this bomb down. But the problem is, you've got to hold AKs, you've got to hold dirt, and there's Kapkan, Azami, sorry, finding one back. I was going to say, Kapkan was found earlier in the round, the gun's confusing me there. Valkyrie finding their way back to site as well. C4 still in pocket too, so this could be huge when it comes to the plant denial.
Valkyrie retreats back as we drop down the hatch and we find ourselves now onto site. Necro finds himself first opening pick in this kill. Nanos finds himself another one. That's a 4v2. The defensive side having the upper hand. The attacking side looking a little bit rough here. Really does find one, potentially a second as he injures with a long shot this player. But it's going to be the last few seconds of the round. We don't have the diffuser, nothing to plant. Strode on the hatch, making sure that they cannot retreat back this diffuser. This is the first round over, done and set. Let's go to limits, pick up the first defensive round. Let's be honest here, I'm going to a little bit. It was the basement spot.
Yeah, but I think what's happened is that flank that we were talking about earlier has what's caused Aku Aku to lose the round. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the diffuser was left outside dirt. So that kill on it that I confused with the Kapkan was actually Azami flanking into kitchen, and I think finding whoever the case carrier was on the outside of dirt. So like as Aku Aku have basically centered into the bomb site, the diffuse carrier has been killed outside dirt, basically winning go-to limits the round. So that's a really well-timed flank coming out from the side of the Azami to clutch up the round for go-to limits. So that's why you probably saw the Ash on the side of Aku Aku kind of going crazy trying to find all these kills. I don't know if you caught it as well, one of the shots was a nasty like one tap on the flick. But Aku Aku not being able to get the round out because the case has been left in outside of dirt. If you don't have the bomb and you don't find the kills, that round is not going to go your way. As we move into this defense, I don't see any wall denial other than the mute coming out from the side of go to limits. So this should be it should be easy enough to get these walls open if Aku Aku bring the right tools. But I'm not seeing a Thatcher or any pocket EMPs or anything, so they might actually get stumped just because of these mute jammers. How do you think they should deal with these die?
Mute jammers aren't going to be too difficult to deal with. But because at the end of the day, even though there are mute jammers, you can breach on the top side. But if you don't want to breach on the top side, of course, you can just use the EMPs. You can just get rid of them and just shoot them out. Not going to take too much, but again, it takes quite a lot of time for now. We've lost 40 seconds in this round, and now we're just opening up this breach, which could have done quicker, which is opening up the top with Ace and then shooting down and getting rid of this mid-jump. But now we have CC kind of secured with the Monty, who's just running around trying to get a little bit of a cheeky kill here. He's gonna find himself now taken out as the castle is now gone from the side of Buck, which is going downstairs into stock, looking for a few more kills up the Satch. Not gonna find himself quite one yet. But I think there's a few more kills waiting on that gun. Swanty now pushes up, taking the control, and there we have it. 1 minute and 40 seconds soon, and we've already established cash control. That is quick, and that is just what Monty does.
Yeah, we spoke about it in the map before. Aku Aku love this Monty play. It helps you clear, all of the problems so easily. And Aku Aku having the perfect setup, basically sending the Buck below to put pressure, cutting off any flanks or any defenders trying to escape. And the Thermite finding one on the breach on Jacuzzi side. This is looking like a really good round for Aku Aku. They now have full con control, and they're in a 5v3. And we just need to see a good execute here coming out from Aku Aku. They keep the momentum going, the Monty finding one, the Ace stacking up, and the Monty finding another. And he has just steamrolled this defense because this operator is insane. I think, they need to find, the defense needs to find a way to deal with these shields. I'd like to see more traps maybe, because that was just too easy for Aku Aku. They've just basically walked in and gone, this is too easy. What would you make of it, Dai?
It's a shield. It's a slowly but steady shield meta arriving also. We've seen it multiple times. We've seen it all over other games. It is the Monty, it is the Blitz. Even though Blitz is now banned, we saw it in the last round. Shield operators are unbelievably strong, especially on Clubhouse. Why? Because you can just push up rafters, you can just push up a doorway, you can just push in, and there's so little things that you can do against it. And especially when you have the other teammates playing behind the Monty, trying to hold this cross, trying to even open up ways for him. And if you have a good Monty player who's just aggressive, who isn't afraid of taking the gunfight, who isn't afraid to just storm towards one of the operators,
10 seconds left before insertion.
that can be quite intimidating. Now, for round number 3, we find ourselves again on the top floor side, Cash and CCTV. We have the Monty now on board. And those Rafters players, oh lord, I fear.
Yeah, 100%. If you look at the lineup that Aku Aku brought, this looks like a heavy garage take coming in from the play of Aku Aku. I like the addition of the Buck. Also, you've got the Grim and the Capital to deal with the Rafters player. But having the Buck below to take that lounge control, you can prevent the C4s later on the default. You can put pressure onto the guys in green box as the execute's coming in. The smoke is going to waste some time here, as you see him holding the lounge area to try and help his Rafters players. But it looks like we've got a 2-player Rafters hold coming in. So if Aku Aku use their util well, these players on Rafters are going to have a really tough time. Looks like they're going to try and isolate the smoke first, which is not a bad idea. Having this lounge control can really help you take Rafters, but they seem to be struggling.
Ooh, unfortunately, Monty finds himself now being injured due to a goo mine taking a little bit of damage and then not quite being right behind cover. There's still a little bit of safe spot for him to be retreated as we find kind of an equalizer as long as he doesn't die. He's still alive. The Capital finds himself another kill, and that is a 2v5 still. And as I say that, we cast the curse Aku Aku a little bit as one of our players dies, but Monty is going to be revived. So all he has to do is now beat a shield, be our eyes, and just push forward onto the Rafters as we have secured this second Rafters and garage under our control. All we need to do is push up, come to our teammates. This is one player. All it takes is do a little bit of damage, find a headshot. As we're trying so hard to take out Necro here, but he's just twiggling around left, right, and center. Nobody quite able to find a skill. He's still staying alive. He's just gonna find Monty as a bonus. Potentially a few more because he's still alive in this corner and there's nobody there to help him.
He's got a camera in pocket!
Yujima put Sam on himself. But unfortunately, it's not quite going to help enough because he's not moving around too much as he sees the head a little bit. Finally, he's going to be taken out. But that was quite a lot of damage. As we see Strolled also close on the breach, looking for this kill. Red's gonna retreat.
This is
back
very
to
winnable.
Reds, and they're just gonna play the safe game.
Yeah, this is very winnable for Go To Limits. Although Aku Aku have the man advantage, all of that time that's been wasted and the low HP coming out from both the Aku Aku players that are now in the bomb site, this is very winnable coming out from Go To Limits. If there's no smoke canisters left though, and the cover is there, which it seems like it is, finding one from rafters, they've got to find a way to deny this plant, but the cover is there. The cover's now been taken out, but Legion's on the 1 HP, 2v1 from the side of Aku Aku, but the bomb's now gone down, and now they can play the post plant.
Capital still being injured, giving a little bit of info since Vermad comes along after the post plan, finding himself the skill and securing the round for Aku Aku. But what? Oh lord, what a round. This round, absolutely. It actually got my heart to stop there a little bit, because Necro just
chaos.
staying on rafters, swinging in there, peeking in there, just being there, staying alive, and just not dying for such a long time, and then taking also another Monty kill.
Defenders, protect your
That
bombs
could
from
have been the
being
gameplay.
defused by
That
attackers.
could have been the kill they needed. Unfortunately, Go To Limits weren't able to pick up onto it and then secure the final round, because that play nearly cost Aku Aku the entirety of the round.
100%. Like, this mute was jiggling everything. You saw him swinging the breach, you saw him swinging the Monty. He was going to try and waste as much time as possible. And I think it was just a lack of utility after they've cleared the first two Rafters players out. We have to give Aku Aku credit though. The first two picks were the Whammy and the Azami on Rafters. So the Grim and the Capital working really, really well to take that space, take that control. Even without the Monty, like we saw the Monty get down very early into the round. So it's a great adaptation for Aku Aku to still take that. It just got a little bit dicey because Go To Limits is mute, you know, retaking that Rafters position and making a real nuisance of himself. We are going to head back down to basement, so Go To Limits, you know, winning the round last time because they found the case carrier. But an easy 2k coming in for Azami, as Shoes and Corella have been deleted. I don't think they must have had no info or misdroned this, as we see them shoot the default cam here. And this is now going to be a little bit annoying for Aku Aku to kind of bring their man count back in their favour. Oh, the Azami getting a little bit overconfident there and finally traded back by Aku Aku.
A little bit too confident, but now he's gone. He could have wasted a little bit, again, a lot more time. And now we have the trade-off happening also on Capcom, but there's a teammate coming for rescue, potentially waiting for this kill as we swing around the corner. Flashman's coming through. We find the injured person as we push down the stairs, trying to secure Melusi here. But we just managed to beat back to set, and that's how easy it can go. Even though he had a two-man advantage start, you've got traded, you've lost one of the players who got the 2 kills, and then you lost another teammate. And now we're back down to a 3v3. A minute has only passed. There's enough time for the attacking side to set up everything they need, because I hate to break it to everybody, but we still have the Hibana and the Ram on the board, meaning everything that needs to be opened still can be opened, as we've only lost our Grim and Ash.
Yeah, still a AC4 on the side of the board for Go To Limits though, as well as I believe all 3 smoke canisters. So this is all going to come down to how Aku Aku can get into the bomb site, or how they can get all 3 of these kills. If you look at the HP, that initial engagements coming in from the Azami, putting a variety of players on low HP. So the Azami, you know, getting amazing value for her ability. Could have wasted more time, yes, but I think she still set up the round really, really well for Aku Aku. Sorry, really well for Go To Limits here to win this round out. You know, the C4 plus the Melusi to slow down this execute should mean that the backstabs are also going to be really difficult. So you can see here players playing around the first box and the AK positions to hold this hatch drop, as I think we're going to see the Hibana here get ready for the backstab, as we're going to just see a collapse onto the site rather than the bomb plant going down.
The triple shows the side. Last 40 seconds are now coming in. One is on our tight right, but we don't quite know. We just swing around the corner. We do find one of the kills, but there's somebody waiting on the old pit hallway. Find ourselves a double with that. Only one man standing now from the side of Aku Aku. Tatsui. It's all up to him as he swings around the corner, trying to find his 2 headshots. All he needs is 2 bullets to hit the head, but it's going to be Necro coming in from behind, finishing up this player, and that is the round for the defensive side. So now we can say 2 for 2 defensive rounds now go to Limits, and those are the 2 defensive rounds they've won. So it is 2-2 right now.
100%. I like the aggression as well from Go To Limits. I like the freedom to be, or the IGL giving the player the freedom to go get aggressive. to meet Aku Aku at the front lines, because we know that Aku Aku like this chaos. So if you just kind of let them do their thing and create chaos on your defenses, you're probably going to keep getting steamrolled. So GoToLimit's really fighting back here, which is really nice to see. We are going to go back to this CC hold, so it'd be nice to see some adaptations coming in from the side of GoToLimit's to maybe hold on to this rafters position. And I think that's where the Jaeger is going to really help this team hold on to the rafters position. Azami just absolutely popping off in that stock area, setting up GoToLimit's for success. We talked about the entries in the round in the game before and how important they are to set you up for success, and that's exactly what GoToLimit are now finding. They're getting these openings, they're getting themselves back into these rounds, and it's really paying off for them. We see the Monty now, which we had last time, basically the same lineup coming in for Aku Aku to attack this rafters. So I think we're going to see this round play out a very similar way to how the first CC attack went.
Could be, but it also could be a lot of changes. But the operator lineup from Aku Aku, as you already mentioned, is quite the same, but we have a different entry point this time. As we make our entry point for stocks, we find ourselves already in the building. Monty's just pushing through. He's gonna drop down the hatch because he just wants. He's just gonna walk up secret now, securing the space, making sure that the smoke we played last time in Lounge and Swamp is not gonna be there anymore. So now they can fully focus on rafters and make sure nobody is there downstairs, nobody's there to rotate back in as the breach is already open. And all we need to do now is hold the breach, push this player out of rafters, and do the Ds. Azrini finds himself a kill, now opening up this round. There is the Wamai gone. That is the support player for rafters gone. It's all up to the Azamis. We have a Capitano Grim, so this could be looking quite dangerously as the fireball's coming through. Not quite has died yet, even though we've moved pretty open rotation. We find a few more kills here from the side of Aku Aku. One with the fire, two with the buck, and it's all up to one player and one player only. Strawhood, but he's not going to be enough.
What an
because
attack!
It's going to be flawless from Aku Aku as they found the peak holes, found the weak spots, and just absolutely annihilated these spots.
Yeah, Aku Aku are extremely well drilled. You can just see by watching, they've got a plan. They know the adaptations they want to make by taking stock and denying all that space immediately. Set up all of this space for basically them to force rafters out one by one. The whammy going down, like, being the first pick, you never want to see that. You lose all of the ongoing charges as they take time, right, to stack the whammy gadgets, and they can protect you from that capital that we saw. But if you get first picked, your team doesn't get any of that utility. So Monty again, it's the Monty again. Aku Aku heavily leaning on the Monty here, and we saw the Frost brought to try and stall the Monty out when maybe he gets to the top of the stairs on Garage, but they didn't even get that far. The first pick happened in lower Garage onto the Wamai, and then all of the bodies just started tumbling for Aku Aku. They found everybody. You saw the usefulness of the whammy to force the Azami off of R1 from R2 to R1, then off of the R90. Aku Aku just looking like a machine right now on their attacks. If you're Aku Aku and you've got 3 defenses, you're going to be laughing. Like, this is, again, the defense being the favored side. You've got 3 attacks. Your confidence is going to be on cloud 9. And now we're going to finally see a gym defense. I don't think we've seen... Oh no, we did see a gym defense before. And again, it was the Monty. So I'm hoping we see a couple of more traps being brought out by GoToLimit's or better use of this Legion to counter this Monty. Because Monty is the enemy right now.
Well, it's been making quite a lot of damage, that's for sure. Let's be like to talk about Monty. Where is he right now? He's already made his way all the way into rafters and taken the space. We take a few gunshots here and there, not quite enough yet for a kill, but we're just gonna push forward. And this is exactly what we can see here. We're so close to rafters and already have the GoToLimit's player fallen off, retreated back to cash because it's just not a gunfight, nothing you can take there. As the Monty's taking rafters, C2 Breach is not being open, vertical gameplay happening from down below. Playing in cash is an absolute nightmare against Aku Aku here. But unfortunately, we already lost one of our players. Trade-off did happen now. And here we have it. Beautifully executed by Aku Aku. We have cash, we have CC under control, and all Monty needs to do, yet again like the round before, just push in and get the room, get the space, because GoToLimit, they're not fighting back here, and that is my concern.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit of a slaughterfest now as the Thermite finds a second from the gym window. And this is where it gets tough on the side of the defense. The attack still has lots of time. You've still got a minute 30 left, and you've basically given up con control. You've got the Monty who's going to push in from con. You have got Azami hiding in Logi, so this could win the round if Monty doesn't check his corners. But I don't think this is a rotate. I don't think the Monty can jump through this. But this corner we've seen Yuji just sit in, he could win the round here for for Go To Limits if they just do not check this corner. But this is the problem. You're now pinched into sight. The breaches are open. They're pushing you. They're clearing you out from both sides, and the pressure is just mounting onto sight here, and it's going to be tough for Go To Limits to hold this out.
Oh, Rami has been seen as we swing around the corner, not quite able to find a kill as Monty pushes for us. And then also pushes us down, so we lose our life. Now, again, 2-4. Aku Aku on a 2-man advantage. Nano does swing around. We have the trade offer immediately. It's all up to one player. Again, Necro. Been highlighting this man a little bit here and over and there, because every time we find him being the last man standing, as we now switch from the one Scopus to the other one. Monty stopped planting as he heard the danger, but we are coming close to this player. As we swing around the corner, we find the Monty, but unfortunately, it's the teammate from behind who secures the rounds. And that is Aku Aku securing 4 rounds on the attack, and we all know it. That shouldn't be the case. Clubhouse is meant to be a 4-2 or maybe even 3-3 swap, but the 4 usually goes to the defensive side. Now this is setting up Go To Limits for a little bit of a tougher time.
100%. Like I'm glad Go To Limits have also brought the Monty. I think they finally realized how strong this operator is. Especially from a mental perspective as well. You got 7-1 on your own map pick. So now moving into Aku Aku's map, you really need to put those thoughts in the back of your mind that this is their map and like we're kind of getting slammed. But you can't help but think like, we're 4-2 down on our own map, on their map pick, and now they have their own defensive half. Basically, the roles have been completely swapped. What we would have liked to see from Go To Limits, Aku Aku have just flipped the script on them and just gone to their map and gone 4-2 up on their preferred side. This is really not looking good for Go To Limits unless they can really dig deep and find some good attacks in their strat book.
5 seconds remaining.
But at least we have the Monty on the board. At least
Yes.
we can now use the same tactics that Aku Aku has used against us to use against them. So we have the Monty, but also we have a Fuse. And this operator had his glory moments and also doesn't have his glory moments. I wouldn't quite put Fuse here on the top priority pick list, but it also depends how Go To Limit is going to play this. But I think the Fuse and Monty combination,
it's a very basic.
we have... Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a really basic kitchen take. I think the reason you've got the Fuse is to clear any util to stop this Monty dropping. I think this is a very maybe niche strategy coming out from Go To Limits here. They're basically going to hold the chains repel, hold the flanks. Just you want to take minimal map control, and it seems to be backfiring. That Fuse pick that we talked about, because you have to put that charge, and the Monty's just going to send it. Here comes the execute, and they've just shut it down. Okay. Well,
Even though the execute
idea
happened,
was there.
as you said. Yeah, as you said, it was a little bit shut down. The idea was there. The smoke canister, unfortunately, just blocking our side instead of the sides of the enemies. Monty just pushing free. It was noticed by the defender from the Azami, so it was communicated. And then we have it at 2v5. Aku Aku with 3-man advantage in this round. It's all up to Necro and Stohood. Yet again, I see these two either being the first opening picks or one of these two being the last man standing. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, these guys are not having a great series here, as the Ash has just been found as well. It just seems like this team is... We see one trade back from the Doki, but she's just baiting for exit frags now. I can't see Aku finding a way to throw this. As we say that, the mirror's over peak. Where is the rest of the team? If you're going to peak this, peak it together. But maybe they were just giving one back, and now they're all going to play safe. But like, it just seems like the entries from the side of Go To Limits really need to communicate with their team, to help their team, help them get the entries. And Aku Aku are going to keep swinging here. So there is a couple of players on low HP, and one is downed. So this is winnable for the side of the Doki. So maybe this is his time to turn up. I don't know if this is a bait, or if they're going to find... Oh, it was a bait. It's well played from Aku Aku, but it just seems like the Go To Limits are not quite on the same page. Like, I would have liked to have seen a Doki call and them to push down blue as they were sending it down dirt. So I'm not sure if it's just a communication problem or if maybe they're suffering from the confidence not being so high, but it just seems like GoToLimits are not on the same page as a team. Like if you're gonna collapse, I don't mind the strat, but you've got to do it together. So we need GoToLimits to just really focus. Again, you have tac timeouts available as well. If you're the IGL, you should be calling for a pause. Get your, the first attack didn't go great, so maybe take a pause, take a minute to get your team together, and try and get the mental up. Because right now, this is going to be a very similar. The way the script is looking right now, it's going to be a very similar very similar game to how the first map went.
You have the script right in front of you.
Yes, but I was hoping the script would change, Dai. I was hoping they would flip the script on me, but GoToLimits are just getting they're getting outclassed.
You hope that you
right
would
now.
deliver the wrong script.
Exactly.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Feel
The
that.
producers of this
Feel
were, giving me a script. I looked at it and I was like, no, the G2 limits that we saw on Sunday, they can flip this around, but we're not seeing that side of them today, which is a real shame.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
But
Attackers recover
there's still
the
one more
diffuser.
thing. It ain't over until the score is set, so they still have enough time here to have a little bit of a comeback because they're not a match point yet. So they can, theoretically speaking, make 3 mistakes before it's really overdone and set. Which is fine, theoretically
100%.
speaking. They can still have a little bit of a comeback. But we always need to keep that up because, yes, they have been making improvements. And it has been showing quite well. But the only problem is that there's a
Sash is
few
getting very
basements, and this
sneaky.
is especially when it comes to Clubhouse, you're just going to have to play the basics and the fundamentals, and this is what I mean, 1, 2, 3.
What is
And
going
all of a
on?
sudden we are in a 3-man advantage, even though we're pushing onto Cash. There's nobody to help us push CCTV and Cash. We're not being left alone as a Monty, and there's a 2-way kill happening, as we do find one from the side of Nano, but there's a few more happening. Amara finds herself on side, not quite able to secure any kills. It's all up now to Nano with a Monty and a pistol in his hands. He swings around the corner. It's gonna be Rooney with the beautiful quad kill happening, and this is the match point for Aku Aku. And now it's starting to get
Yeah.
scary because a
As you
single
were
more
talking about just
mistake.
before. Yeah, this is it. Like, sorry to cut you off, but like, as you were just speaking about,
All
like,
good.
this is, like, this is your round that you need to get back into the game, and I don't understand, like, what the hell the plan was. You've got the Monty pushing solo, you've got the rest of the team being basically, like, maybe the Monty was a distraction, I don't know, but like, this is such a crucial round to get you back into the game, and to throw it away like that quickly. I just can't. I don't know what I'm watching. Like, you really, maybe they had a pocket strat they were going for, but it seems like Aku Aku are just like, they're reading everything that GoToLimits want to throw at them and are just outclassing them on a different level. Like, even before we got to explain how important the round is, they really died. It's crazy.
Exactly, but that's the thing. Theoretically speaking, that could have worked, right? Because they tried to take the attention of the entirety of the team with the Monty. They heavily focused on the Monty when he was pushing Cash and CCTV. So they tried to take the attention from the entirety of the opponent team by putting Monty onto Raptors into Cash with another player, and then have the other players, all of them push sides and try to make use of that opening. But unfortunately, Aku Aku, they didn't focus on the Monty. They all stayed in their positions and just waited, and that's what makes it so smart. Because, let's be honest, everybody can tunnel vision it a little bit, but the fact that Aku Aku just laid back a little bit and said, hey, relax there for a second, and they just beautifully read into it, knowing they're gonna do a little bit something quicker, set them up quite perfectly. And now also starting this round, they're just gonna open up this round with a little bit of a kill. They have the man
That's a
advantage
spawn pick
here.
on your hard
They
breach,
also
Dianic.
try
Like, that's not
to
good.
shoot. Feetsies. They find out another kill, somebody close range, but we're ready to save and support our teammate as the Clash goes outside. We do have the kill, but it's a 2v4. It's all up to Clash and another player standing. We look away from the Clash, and that is the problem. Rooney finds himself another kill, so it's all up to Strawhold. As I said, either this man is dead or this man is the last man standing in the rounds. Now we have the information from Clash, and this could be the last run unless he does a cheeky little bit of an up kill and clutches the round.
I think
Which from the looks of it is going to be a little bit more difficult. We do find one of the kills, but all of these players are hunting us down. but there's enough time to
Aku Aku are
isolate
just
all
having
of
fun
these
with it
two
now.
players.
The
Yeah, definitely.
mute's now back into the attacker spawn. You know, they are having a blast with this. I think they've realized that they are kind of leagues above GoToLimits here. And it's a real shame. We saw GoToLimits really put some nice rounds together on the Sunday. So we were hoping, you know, the script was that this would be an even game and GoToLimits would come back into it, but I was clearly handed the wrong script. So a little bit of more trash talk coming out from the side of Aku Aku. Nice to see the info and they're having fun with it. But like, if you'll GoToLimits, you know, at least you know that there's work to be done. So you can look back on yourselves, VOD review these games, because the way you learn is by making mistakes, and unfortunately GoToLimits I think have made way more mistakes than they were anticipating they were going to. It just seems like, especially on their attacks, just their plans were really shooting themselves in the foot. It wasn't so much that like Aku Aku did anything wrong, it was just that GoToLimits were sort of basically feeding them rounds. We are going to come to our 1v2, so this Sophia is going to keep baiting. He's got 40 seconds left to try and find these last two players. The diffuser's in Narnia, so I think if he's going to try and win this round, it's got to be to go for kills. But I think Aku Aku are extremely confident they're going to close this round out and win the map.
Because we're just waiting to see the head of this player. Slow but steady move up the rough stairs. The kill comes in. It's going to be a triple from Stroud. Well, now this is looking a lot closer than expected, but it is 10 seconds left and this player does still need to plant and do all these. It's going to be Satsui just waiting for the window, waiting for this player, and at the end it's going to be Aku Aku taking map number 2. Now this means it is over, done and set. A 2-0 quick 2 maps. A 7-1 in a 7-2. All it took to Aku Aku, even though they looked a little bit rough at the beginning. Each round, as I said, like the previous match, improved, set it up, made sure they had the information, and just got the kills one by one. Worked with the weaknesses of the opponent team, and that's how easy it can go. Sometimes 2 maps in their victory, it means they're moving forward into the bracket.
Yeah, it's light work for Aku Aku. I was really hoping to see some maybe closer matchup. Everyone likes it when it goes OT, when we go all the way to the end, but Aku Aku, you know, being in control of both maps, you know, throughout the whole maps, I think GoToLimits need to go back to the classroom, kind of look at their strats and like take a look at their theory, because I think that's what killed them today in their games. Aku Aku, you know, not really bringing out any crazy strats. We saw, at least on Chalet, at least they had a strat book to go to all 4 of the bomb sites, which is really cool to see. Normally you only see 3 being brought out if you're forced to go to your tertiary bomb site. But you know, nice to see from Aku Aku that they had that kind of in-depth strat book. But you know, we have to give credit where it's due. Aku Aku, you know, they were hitting their shots, they were playing well, they were using the aggression from the Monty. That's their, you know, there was a huge win condition throughout this whole matchup. So hopefully, you know, Aku Aku, we see this a really good siege from them in the grand final matchup. Oh, sorry, they'll be going to the promotion game. My mistake. So hopefully, you know, if we see this side of them in their promotion game, and we see their opponents turn up in their promotion game, we should have some really exciting siege on our hands. But unfortunately, we have to say GG's to GoToLimits. They have now been knocked out of PBX. This was their, you know, this is the shame that we have to say. This was their game to stay in the tournament and, you know, really turn up to show us what they had, and they were just outclassed today. So real shame. We have to say goodbye to GoToLimits. But you know, well played to Aku Aku. So it is what it is.
Definitely. On the other side, in Group C, there has already been a match. They don't know against Valor Esports, and that match ended up only the first map. Second map is still being played. First map ended 6-8 for Valor Esports. So that's just a little bit of an update what's happening in Group C on a match that is not going to be streamed. But don't worry, guys. We still have one more match for y'all prepared. It's going to be Permita Esports against Bios Kittens. That is a fantastic name. Every time I need to read it, every time I get a little bit of a laughter. It's a fantastic name. But that is going to be our next game. So just stay tuned for a little bit. We'll be coming back with a few more infos after a short little break. So stay tuned. Get yourself a little bit of a popcorn, because there's still one more match ahead of us. We're not ending so soon. See ya.
See you.
And here we are back again after a little bit of a break, and we have a little bit of a change in the plans. We have an additional best of one coming to us in between INF Esports against Spirit Gaming. Those is going to be an additional after this game. We're going to follow with our regular schedule, where we still have basically meaning, guys, we've made up another game for you guys. So we have 2 best of ones following this one and the next one, and I'm going to take us through this game. What's happening here?
So this is the group. Let me make sure I get this right. Let me look at the notes that I've made. This is the Group A upper bracket final. So this is going to be between INF and Spirit Gaming. So we saw INF. I got to watch their game on the Sunday. They were looking good, but they trolled a couple of rounds. So hopefully they focus up for this game, because the winner of this game will go to the the Group Grand Final. So the winner of this game basically goes to the Group Grand Final, and then the loser goes into the playoff, the game we spoke about earlier, the placement into the final. So the loser still gets 2 opportunities to basically get into the final, and I think both of our teams are ready. So here we go.
Well, what map are we going on? Are we going back to a map we already know? It's going to be Clubhouse for this best of one. Winner moves on. Winner goes back. So it's going to be interesting. We already spectated Clubhouse here once, so is this going to be the second time? And now we spectated Clubhouse Amguns. What do you expect of this map? You have a little bit of knowledge about both the teams. Which team do you think is going to take this best of one?
So Spirit Gaming, in their game, which we didn't get to see on the Sunday, their game was a lot closer. Their game went 8-7, I believe, with INF winning in regulation time. So I'm going to give the advantage to INF. I think they looked better. Well, I've seen them play. As long as they focus, they should be a really, really strong team. But Spirit Gaming, obviously, winning 8-7 in their game as well, seems to be a lot closer. So if Spirit Gaming are on INF's level, we should have a really good game on our hands. But I think our players are ready, so we're about to find out how this game's going to play out. So let's jump into the game.
As we now move to the next game, another best of one. After that, we follow through with the original plan. Just a little bit of a side extra, and honestly, I cannot be more happy because we're going back to Clubhouse, one of my most favorite maps. And yes, I already can hear the Karen screaming from far back that Clubhouse is a boring map. Right? Clubhouse is not a boring map for me. I love Clubhouse. So those Karens, they can be screaming. Amguns, we already have the first operator ban here is going to be Ying. What do you expect for the next 3?
I think we're going to see very similar bans to what we saw in the previous Clubhouse game. Ying is a common ban. I think the Cade ban we're going to see again. I'd like maybe the Azami ban is another very common one. As you mentioned earlier, I like the Mav ban coming out. As we spoke about on Sunday, this is a clear indicator that normally a team wants to keep the breaches closed. They want to be bringing denial. So if INF are reading into this, we really should be seeing a Cade ban. Otherwise, as you mentioned in one of our earlier games, you're not going to have that option of just tricking the wall to get it open. But maybe Spirit Gaming coming out with a target ban here, or just not wanting to deal with the Boss G. As we've seen across the meta in all levels of the game at the moment, from the casual lobbies to the ranked lobbies, this Boss G is not something people want to deal with. So if that's just might be a target ban against INF, or it could just be we don't want to deal with this Boss G. So really, in my opinion, it's a little bit of a waste of a ban, because I don't think the Boss G is that strong compared to maybe the Azami or the Cade. We will see the Tabaro get banned out, so at least even if there is a Cade present, we can still use the EMPs, the Thatchers, the Pocket EMPs to deal with it. So this is going to be exciting. Like, no Tabaro, but still having Cade, this could be a really interesting game on some of these bomb sites.
INF Esports are going to have it a little bit difficult. Because if you guys have not been following the seasons before, Spirit Gaming is the winner of Season 4. So they're currently playing against the champions right now. If you look at it back a little bit, yes, they were back and forward a little bit, but Spirit Gaming, they are the champions of Season 4. So that doesn't put off INF for a good start here, but they're starting on the defensive side. They definitely have the capabilities to do so, but we've already been here. We've already been here today, and I think we both can agree that it really comes down to the basics. It really comes
10
down to
seconds left.
how does your team play, how much do you play together, and how much use do you take
5
of
seconds
these
left.
operators. Because if you don't play with the operators, if you don't play with the team, it's going to be
Attackers are moving
way
out
more
to locate a
difficult
bomb and defuse
than
it.
expected. And as we can see here, you have a little bit of an SSG strat going on. So we are on the top floor, reinforce a few walls, trying to make sure and to signalize the enemies that we are on the entirety of the map. And they're gonna have to clear us first on the top floor if they want to take control.
Again, we've seen in the previous games today how useful this Monty is for clearing out some of these holes and kind of clearing the whole map. It means you don't have to, you know, it's a lot easier. You can just face check everything with the Monty, and that is your drone, compared to the more traditional approach. We will see the Azami get tagged by the Monty. That's a great pick by JFK from INF to kind of isolate this. They must have spotted on a drone or something that the Azami's going to be here. And this looks like a very minimalistic take coming in from the side of Spirit Gaming. So Spirit Gaming not bringing any vertical, but having the Monty to clear to this roam should be a huge cheat code, as the Monty takes even more space, forcing this player back from blue. And they found him through the hatch, I believe. So we've got 2 picks now coming in from the side of Spirit Gaming, setting up the round really well for them.
A bomb has
2
been
men have
located.
already fallen as we have the first little bit fight back from Nina. It's gonna find here a pick as we confirm the kill, and we are in a 3v4 scenario. Still, Spirit Gaming has the upper hand, but if you look closely on the health, we have 2 operators who are very low HP, with Lumensky and Nina both below 30 HP, so a single bullet can take out each. Really comes down to one-shot headshot. The first person who hits the head is going to make the damage, as Lumens takes a little bit more damage. Monty still in blue, just making damage, making sure the enemies don't forget that he's there and existing. Esan is the only one with full HP. Nina is going to find himself another kill, and that brings us back down to a 3v3. We have a little bit of fight back from all of these sides. A few bullets are being shot and a few kills are happening. And with that, we're entering the last minute of this round. So far, we've only established blue as our control. But if you want to make this round happen, we need a little bit more control. We need to make sure that we make our entry point, as that's going to be one of our other entry points, taking out the player who had the most HP. And with that, we find the final kill in this round. And it's going to be Spirit Gaming picking up the first round.
Yeah, this is really well played coming in from Spirit Gaming. I don't know if it's down to good drone work, or they must have spotted something from the side of INF. I think it's the Azami basically extending out into stock to waste time. They basically decided, instead of ignoring this problem, we can use this opportunity to get a free kill. And you saw how basically the whole of Spirit Gaming sort of converged on this one player. And for those of you who want to take some notes or want to take something from this game, this is how you should be pushing extensions. If you can isolate a member of this SSG style roam and kind of take a 4v1, 5v1 with the Monty against one player. We saw that it was vertical on the stock doors, but maybe the player above just didn't get the comms in time to kind of help the Azami out. Especially with now the Monty mechanic being able to just basically smash down these barricades and launch yourself at players, it means you can play these really aggressive plays and really catch defenders like off guard. So as has been a theme in all of the games we've watched so far, this Monty is so strong right now.
10 seconds
Like,
left.
it just lets you do plays that we've never seen before, and lets you be so much more aggressive on
5 seconds
strats
left
that
before insertion.
really the defenders would be the ones being aggressive to you to not let you enter the building. But
Attackers
this
must
Monty is
locate
just
and defuse
amazing
the
at problem
bomb.
solving. Like he comes in, smashes the barricade, and you have now basically have all this control when you work with your team to clear these positions out. So we are going to see a repeat, I believe. We now have a Legion and an Oryx, so I think there's been an adaptation coming out from the side of INF to try and deal with this Monty. They have now switched off the Monty, and that's a great pick coming out from the side of INF. JFK finding a lovely shot onto this window. And he's going to back off and make smart decisions, try and keep this man advantage alive. So nice bit of aggression. He has been traded back, so now it's back to a 4v4.
As Lumen finds himself another kill. Salt Bark. It's gonna be gone, now that's the Deimos gone. There's a little bit of a gun, a little bit of a damage as well. Leaving Spirit Gaming in a minus advantage now, but it's only one person, so still, theoretically speaking, quite fine. But there is this Oryx on the board, which they have now, theoretically speaking, as you said, was a counter pick to the Monty, but the Monty is not brought, so that Oryx doesn't bring any utility to the team besides the gun. As you find another kill, and that is the Fenrir gone, but his gadgets will and stay remain. Can also be activated. The ones who are activated. And with that, we've all
this is
retweeted
all-
back to site, giving the entirety of the map to the players. And Amguns. Half the round has passed.
Yes.
And it's a 3-3.
Yes.
What happened?
So this is the intermediary or the mid-round of the phase, we like to call it. So we've had some initial entries, we've seen some trades go back and forth, and now this is the stage where, as an attacker, you now basically have full control to work your execute. You've got good time on the clock, it's now on you as the attackers to sort of dictate how you want this round to go. There's a couple of trades coming back and forth on this extension. I think both teams doing well to keep the man count even, but this is the downside of being on the attack. You now need to know kind of what it is you want to do, and you need to dictate the pace of how you want this execute to go. The main problem I'm seeing, the good thing I'm seeing from Spirit Gaming is they still have all of their enabling operators present. The Grim and the Capital, combined with the flashes on the Habana, this is what are going to win you the round. If you use this utility well, this is what Siege is all about, is how can we use our util, how can we get into the bomb site, and how can we get this bomb down. It looks like we're going to see a distraction from the Capital to flame this guy off generator, or off the dummy, to let the guy drop the hatch, and that's going to be their win condition. Here we go, the execute's coming in from the Habana, she's gone deep, maybe the wrong decision, so now they're in a struggle to get how to win this round out. Capital's now left on his own, so not the best execution coming out from Spirit Gaming on this 3v3 execute.
As Lumen finds himself with double kills all up to one player standing from the side of Spirit, a 1v3 in the last 10 seconds. Not gonna happen as Lumen is there to save the day as he finds himself a triple at the end, even had the diffuser just to make sure, any case, he wasn't able to secure this round. With the first few opening picks against Spirit Gaming and then annihilating the entirety of their push, just shows how strong the basement spot can be. And here again, it was the basement spot, nothing too typical to see that the defensive side is winning that, but now we're moving to different sides. And I think the one thing that we can highlight on the last round is especially Lumen, as he just positioned himself in the spots he had to be in order to get the kills. It was risky, but it was rewarded.
100%. I think Lumen's played that really well. They had a guy on dummies as well as Lumen on the AKs to deny this execute down the hatch, and I think he's popped off to get a 2k. So, pretty good defense. INF have now run basement twice. They adapted really well, I think, to win their second defense. Now we get to see their gym defense for the first time. If I'm looking at this lineup, I like the fact they've got a Cade and a Bandit. Obviously, a very common take on this bomb site, and what kind of things, one of the checklist items you have to do is get CC open, take cache control, because then they can't hold the jump-ins across the site windows, which is what lets you get into the bomb site. I think being able to keep both sides of the wall closed can be really huge here. And now that they've got the Cade available, I don't see any EMPs on the side. We've got 2 pocket EMPs on the Dokkaebi or the Grim, along with lots of flashes. So as long as these are used well, they should be able to get the wall open. And there is a cam just on the radio window behind Lumen, so I think they're gonna know that Cade is looking to trick this wall, and they should be able to deal with it accordingly. If they fail to get this wall open, it could be a huge roadblock in getting this attack rolling. If that drone was on the radio and they've spotted this, they should be able to deal with it. But if this wall stays closed, we know what happens. This is gonna get tricked. Is he gonna get it in time? I don't think so. No.
Oh.
So at least they've got over the first hurdle. They've got the breach open. So now the plan is do we want to force these guys out of cache? We want to now rotate to get the main breach. We kind of want to get set up all around the bomb site to put pressure on all of the anchors. If you get everything open, this is tough if you're a defender.
Definitely tough here, as a lot of the spots have been minimized where they can move around and what they can do, but as long as nobody plays specifically on the highway, it shouldn't matter. But it doesn't matter at the end, because Whippy just comes in, gets a double kill, swings around the corner, and just moves back in. Saltburg there as well getting a kill. We do have the first respawn, but that double kill just completely annihilated the side of INF Esports, because those 2 kills definitely hurt. As we move forward, still a 1-man advantage from the side of Spirit Gaming. INF did manage to come back here a little bit. But definitely, they've lost 2 players who had 2 C4s, so 2 plant denials are gone. The only person who has a plant denial now is Bandit. He's staying in Logi at the front where he needs to be in order to secure this round here, as he's playing in gold. Now the information is though we know where at least both these two players are. So we can just move in as there's still a minute left. We can all use our utilities to just move on and get the kills one by one. There we go, the yellow pings coming
see
through. We
Spirit
have the
Gaming here.
infos, the drones. Exactly, see, there we go. Another drone. Even more information, this is what I mean. We have enough drones, enough info that we can use to scout these players so we don't have to face check the entirety of the site. You see a little bit of the head. Signalizing that we're on the highway, meaning a lot of the spots have been already denied, but with that swing, we find a player on the highway, giving us more space to move around. A little bit on the left, a little bit on the right. Now we're entering the last 20
Gonna run out of
seconds. The
time.
Goyo canisters are now being popped. But slowly but steady, 15. That if they want to make this plan happen, it needs to happen now or never. As it is a 2v2 at the end of the day. And we're moving within the last few seconds. C4 comes out, he's gonna
Huge.
find himself a trade. So he's back down to a 1v1. 4 seconds left, and all we need to do is make sure we stay alive for the last few seconds. Plant comes through, but it's not gonna be enough. And that is INF Esports
No,
securing this
2v5.
victory after the plant. They were. No,
Yeah.
they were in a
Pretty
3v5,
sure that was a
then in a
2v5.
2v4.
3v5. Yeah, so Single and Nina playing this so well to isolate their 1v1s. We've seen a couple
Yeah.
of swings, take out the Thermite on the repel, also on Highway here. And Nina and Single have just played this so well. They've really forced Spirit Gaming to come and try and hunt these kills. And it's not a great look from Spirit Gaming. If you can't clutch out your 3v2s, you're going to really struggle to win this round. Maybe some just better shots coming out from Single and Nina. They just isolated these fights really well and just, you know, they're just better, I guess. You know, they hit their shots. Spirit Gaming really suffering from just maybe being out-dueled here by Single and Nina just on the guns that they had. So, you know, this is really good stuff. I'm liking what I'm seeing. You know, both teams, you know, the huge entries coming in from Vippy in the previous round. That 2K was, you know, really opened up the round, and then it ended up swinging back in INF's favor. So as we move back to the CC. This is the first time we're going to see INF choose to defend CC. I like the fact that we've got the Cade again, the Frost as well. Pogmat's coming in clutch, maybe to counter the Monty on the rafters. I can't quite see if they've put one, but that's a very common use. They have got the Blitz on the south bank. South box bought the Blitz, I assume, to take the rafters control. So this Frost could be a huge problem, a huge roadblock in the plans of Spirit Gaming. And we do have a Pogmat, yay! So Pogmat's got two, I believe. So that should really help INF hold on to these rafters and counter this shield pressure that we've seen so many teams bringing to clear this power position.
Are we gonna see a Pogmat kill? Are we gonna see somebody not quite paying attention gonna run into a Pogmat? What do you think, Amguns?
I'm really hoping so. Everyone loves a Kapkan kill or a Pogmat kill. There's a reason people have dubbed these as Pogmats, because really they don't normally do a whole lot. But the times that they do come in clutch, everyone loves to see it. So just for entertainment value, I'd love to see maybe the Splits just charge the Rafters player and run straight headfirst into a Pogmat.
Ooh, but the
Everyone-
Splits, he has a
everyone loves
different
to-
idea. Look at him.
Yeah,
Look at
he's
the
gearing
Splits
up
just
to just
waiting on
send
the
it through his
CC
radio window
window.
here. There is no
Exactly,
Pogmat here
just
either,
waiting
I
on the
believe.
radio
So here he
window.
goes.
Sophia comes through, jumping as well. And it's just everybody is just going down the side as we try to get this person. We find the first one, not quite gonna find the finish off as we swing around the corner. Everybody's just walking inside. But unfortunately, the entirety of the strat just crumbled apart as they were unable to secure the players on red. We're now leaving one of our players in a 1v3 scenario as we swing around the corner. It's not gonna be it. And that's how easy it can go within seconds. Even though it looked good, the Blitz had a plan, everybody had a plan, it just wasn't it. Going in, unable to find the skill, and I don't think this could have been the play. As soon as we found that kill, as soon as we found the second kill, the entire round could have been over. But it wasn't.
Yeah, but
Just crumbled
one of the
apart.
problems was, this was really good to see. So you saw Lumen on cams on rafters. He might have had a sound call that they were gearing up for this take. And one of the really cool things to notice is they used the bulletproof cam to EMP the Blitz's shield. So as you saw the Blitz kind of charge down the Melusi, you just know he was spamming that button to get the flash off. But obviously because the shield's been EMP'd, you can't use the flash. So I don't know if that was one of the factors that caused the round to swing into INF's favor. But it seems like INF were, you know, kind of ready and were aware to back each other up and deal with the Blitz. You saw the Blitz kind of punch someone, Melusi got down, but Valkyrie was there to get the trades. So we're seeing some really good siege here from the side of INF. So we are going to get to go back to basement, and let's see if INF look like they're going to opt for this same sort of roam strategy. We've got the Oryx holding top
5
floor
seconds to go.
to waste all the time. And we've dropped the Cade this time as well. I think INF are going to try and invest a lot more heavily in holding the whole map and try and play trades with each other between the Fenrir, the Oryx, and the Legion, rather than trying to rely on wasting some time and holding the hatches. I think they've identified the Spirit Gaming when I take the fight to them, so they're going to try and bring the fight back to them. So let's see how this round plays out, Diane.
It's going to be rather interesting because it could be another round for INF Esports to just move ahead, just gonna make this a 4-1. Or it could also be one of the rounds that Spirit Gaming could catch up. Because theoretically speaking, what do we need? We just need a 2-4. Then we have the default swap for the side of Spirit Gaming. Then we can catch up a few rounds on the defensive side. But we're still within the plan and the measurements we need. Now with this opening pick, we've lost our bug, we've lost our vertical gameplay. We don't have anybody who can create that. Yes, maybe Deimos here and there, a few shots, but let's be honest, it's not going to have the same impact as a bug. And also, you still need to be careful about the vertical gameplay from potential shotgun down below, from other things. And also, Azami can just cover up these holes as she's our little architect. But if we find a trade offer and we find a trade off on one operator we don't want to find at this Oryx. The one player who doesn't bring anything to the team is now gone. Well, it's another operator gone, it's another roamer gone. But now we have a 4-4. We've lost one of our viable operators from Spirit Gaming, and we've lost just an Oryx on the defensive side. It's not looking too good right now for Spirit.
Yeah, the good thing is though, as you mentioned, the Oryx for a buck, I think you'll take this trade any day. Everyone knows the verticality is so strong on Kitchen. You can open up angles into the church double with the buck as well. That's one of the benefits of having the buck over the sledge. So for those of you unaware, around these main stairs, just above where sledge is right now, sorry, where smoke is right now, there's so many angles you can create to clear this back armory area and make your life so much easier. And because you've traded the buck out of all people for the Oryx, this is going to make your life so much more difficult. You are going to get these hatches open for free because there has been no Cade brought, but again, it's all about the clock. You can see that because of the Oryx trade and it's delayed the setup to get this execute going for Spirit Gaming, and we're trying to see this vertical play come in with Deimos, but this is the problem. This smoke in form of single can now hold the entries off the same vert, and he's playing this really well. So if they don't clear this back armory position, this attack is going to fall apart as we hit the last 30 seconds.
Sorry but steady, the time is ticking down. Toxic Babe canisters are coming through as well. Deimos is now checking one of the defenders. There we go, the Capital Bolt, and we know that execute's gonna happen now. Never. It's the last 10 seconds. We need to drop, we need to make this plant happen. But the time ticks down and nothing is happening from the side of Spirit as we kills go 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that's how easy it can go when you don't execute in time, when you don't have the time to execute. It just all falls apart and you just get picked off one by one. Now this is INF Esports moving up another point, position themselves on a 4-1, and this is the round that Spirit Gaming needs to get, because if INF Esports move up 5-1, then it's going to be looking quite tough. Even though they move to the attacking side,
Attackers need to
means
locate
they're
and
only
defuse
allowed
bomb.
one mistake from the side of Spirit Gaming if they don't want to make it become a match point. So what does Spirit Gaming need to change this round to get this into their points? Amgens, what do they need to do? What do they need to change?
I'd like to see the aggression we saw in round 1. So like we saw the use of the Monty to give them that aggression. I think INF have started to walk over Spirit Gaming a little bit. So like you saw Hunter's really warmed up. He's basically decided, I'm going to start killing everybody. We saw him get a 3k on the CC round. We saw him basically have loads of confidence on the roam on the basement. And I'd like to see Spirit Gaming kind of really believe in themselves. Seems like they've been outclassed a little bit because they've not been as confident. Like especially in that last round, because of only the one roamer, it took them way too long to clear the mid 4. So they've got to trust that they are doing their drone work, they do know what they're doing, and kind of just rely on their own skill. We've seen, especially in that first round, like they have got the ability to put together really good clean looks on attack. So they just need to kind of refocus, and they should know that there's going to be a gym execute. We've got all the right tools, as far as I can see, coming out from Spirit Gaming. So it's just going back to those basics. It's not a complicated map. You know the strats you're going to be running, and it's just stick to the game plan. Just cross your eyes, cross the T's, dot the I's. Make sure you're doing all of the right steps in the right order, and just try and stay focused. Like, you are 4-1 down, but a 4-2 split is nothing to be worried about. That's kind of the default splits, if you like, for this map. Ash has already got good control here, so just stick to what you know, and keep up the, you can edge these rounds out to shift them in your favor.
Exactly. So far, we're taking this round a little bit slower than the rounds before, and this is what I like to see. They know there's a little bit of a problem in the aggression, even though they need to be aggressive. There's also times where you just have to take a little bit of a breather. There's enough time for them to do anything. If you look at the last round, all they need to make sure is they don't execute too late. As they slowly but steadily take the time, use a lot of utility, but they so far haven't lost a single manpower, which is very important considering the past few rounds they were the ones to be picked off one of their members. So half the round is passed, and now we're slowly but steadily securing space onto the side of CC and Cash. Lumen is going to be the only problem here. If they're able to get this kill without losing a single member, it's going to be quite... Well, Sweepy's taking a lot of damage from that C4 as you swing around the corner. Lumen taking a lot of damage. Not quite enough yet for the kill though, as he's still staying strong in Cash. Now it's being breached as well. There's just so many angles he needs to hold. A basically impossible position to be in. But that's the opening pick. But also 1 minute remained.
The Azami is still a problem though. Like, this position that Nina is holding, he's just popped off. He's taking the heads off too, but he has been traded back by the Thermite. But that could basically put the round in INF's favor. Unfortunately, the Azami is such a good operator here. Like, because of the different angles and little tables and things in connector, you can cut off the connector window player from holding you, and that's what's allowed Nina to basically swing off this half wall, if you like, in connector, and still hold on to the position. But the main problem is, it's a 3v3, but you're low on HP, and look at the clock. This extension from Lumen as well as the Nina on the... We're going to see them send it though. They haven't really got a choice. Ash has made it to the bomb site. There's gym hitters coming in. There is info on these players, but they're kind of pinned into main stairs. But there should be an execute coming out. Well played from Spirit Gaming. Like, they were low on time. They basically made the call, we're going to send it, and the collapse on site has basically just worked out really well for them. I was going to say, I'm looking at the clock, they might struggle, but, Spirit Gaming have closed this out well on the execute.
It was either the execute, what we're going to do, guys. Are we going to go down with the plan, or are we going to go down with the kills? And they made a good decision there to just say, right guys, just send it, as you said, send it in, get the kills. It's the last 10 seconds again, and we just need to hurry up and get these kills. Having a person walk in and after that just pick up the kills one by one. Definitely worked out in the fair. Now 4-2 swap, as you already mentioned, that is completely fine, completely well. It is a default swap on this map, so nothing too surprising to see here. And we're back on the basement spot.
Yeah, this is...
I'll say here, I think it's gonna... I mean, if you look back on the last match we had, it was a 2-2 on the basement spot, so 2 rounds played, twice won. For the defensive side. Now, if we look back on INF Esports, they played bomb side at the basement spot and also won it. So what's gonna happen now if we play this basement spot? Who's gonna win it, Amguns?
It really depends on the strat we see from Spirit Gaming. Like, I know this is a bug, but the blue hatch has not been done, so we might see a little bit of a roam or an extension here, and leaving that blue hatch soft. So yeah, it is a roam. So like you can see, this is similar to what INF were bringing. This is an SSG style roam where you kind of keep these hatches open to let your roamers fall back to site, and you want to win the round through basically wasting as much time in the second and third floor and leaving no time for the execute. We have seen this IQ sneak through strip. I think they've identified that this has been barricaded off and is free real estate. So it very much depends on how INF want to approach this SSG style roam. As we see, I don't think they've got info on the Azami too, so they should be looking to pinch this Azami out and maybe get a free kill here if they pinch together, which is exactly what you see INF do. So that's a great pinch coming in from the side of INF.
Beautifully done, picking up here another kill. Exactly, another kill. Those are 2 players now gone from Spirit Gaming.
A bomb has been located.
2 man as advantage. Also, another C4 gone. Goy unfortunately has impact, so he's not going to be able to do too much on the vertical game plan. Potentially the Mute could pick up here, kill the C4. Here again, the Mute is on the roam. So we have 2 people offside, 1 player onside, and from the looks of it, INF Esports did catch notice of that as we're not pushing onside and we secured our side completely to ourselves as we kill the Goyo and we leave the last 2 roamers standing alone. Hunter is gonna find himself another kill. It's all up to the Mute player here to find himself 5 pieces, 5 kills. It would be an ace if he wants to clutch this. He's still a C4 in pocket, throws it, not gonna find anyone, swings around, confirms the kill. But there's somebody up above and somebody in Moto, and that is the kill secured and finalized as INF get themselves the 5 rounds. So 1 more victory and they would be on the match point, but also this time we have it, as we can see in the corner on the bottom left, we have our first tactical timeout. Because this round definitely wasn't too spicy from Spirit.
Yeah, as we spoke about before, like especially when you first get onto your defense, I was talking about how strong this basement side is you want to be winning your first basement defense to give you confidence and start that snowball effect to make this comeback happen. It is only 5-2 down, you're not on match point yet. I think it's a really good tactical timeout coming from Spirit, because it basically lets you calm down. You can go, what went wrong? Do we want to switch the site? You know, is there a common theme to the mistakes we're making? And it just lets, especially the IGL, if he was got something to say, just to give the whole team some clarity and get your head straight. And it was just really well played by INF, identifying that this bar area is normally where players can be isolated, and sending your IQ to spot that the strip side has been barricaded off to basically be able to pinch the bar has worked out really, really well. I have to say, from the Azami on the side of Spirit Gaming, you've sort of done your job. If you've made yourself known and you can kind of anticipate this pinch is coming in, I would probably like to see you fall off and kind of save your, pick your, it's not the hill you need to die on. Like, you're there to waste time, yes, but it's not worth giving your life over. If you start getting these audio cues that people are pinching you from left, right, and center, you've got to do better to get out of there. Because you've still got your guys top floor that can contest that mid floor from above. Because we saw sort of a very direct execute coming in from INF. They hit the mid floor hard, but I didn't really see any clear coming in from the 3rd floor. So if you've got these hatches open, if you're the bar guy, you can drop off and let your other roamers above you kind of go to work, because you sort of baited them into the 2nd floor. So it'd be interesting to see how Spirit Gaming kind of play it from here on out. They have chose to switch the sites, which I don't think is a bad idea. You can show the INF something new. You can't, don't let INF adjust their strat to what you just played. But hopefully, Spirit Gaming can hang on here and we can see a good game of Siege, and they can get their defenses in a good shape.
Definitely a lot of things that need to be done. Definitely a lot of things that can happen. But what I like here is just to blitz the Amaru and the Grim, because that just indicates for me it's going to be quick, it's going to be loud, it's going to be wild. Because from the looks of it, Amaru blitz, they're all ready and also already stacking up on the main breach. He should just make an impactful entry. I don't think INF Esports, they have shown too much. So Spirit Gaming, don't think they're too aware of what's going to happen to them in the next few seconds. But I just want to see a successful blitz rush. We've seen a few. Not all of them have worked out. I just want to see a good one on Cloudpost, because again, I love this map. Listen, can you judge me for that? I don't think you can. Just saying, just pointing it out.
Everyone likes a good Clubhouse game. Everyone likes a good Clubhouse game.
Ooh,
So this is going to be a heavy main breach Logi execute coming in here as we see the Amaru gearing up to hit main.
Exactly.
Yeah, the timing on this is going to be crucial.
And now we go.
Here
we go in, and now we have the kill from our teammate with the Thermite, but 2 Z4s come through, and it's all up to left to the Amaru. How can this perfect plan be executed that poorly? Lost one of our teammates to our own breach, 2 to a C4. Beautifully expected from Spirit Gaming, and using the C4 nearly another C4 kill. The only person getting the kills here is Nina. 2 shotgun kills. There's 3 players still standing. None of them has a C4, so all they have is their guns. And also the man advantage. There's a 1 minute left, so enough time to execute, but it's going to be shotgun against shotgun. Who's going to win is going to be Mute. And here again, we find ourselves in the question, what did just happen?
Well, other than the obvious that Thermite's gone too quickly, that seems like something everyone can relate to. You basically go, I'm going to rush this breach, we're going to full send it, and you've hit that shift button just a second too early, and you've run into your own Thermite charge. That was, problem number one. But I think also Spirit Gaming, very well, this is the nature of these rushes. If you're going to try a strat like this, you're either going to sweep them or you're going to get swept.
Attackers need to
Like
locate
if
and
I
defuse
think the
as many
C4s
bombs
were
as
maybe
they can.
pre-placed, or they had them prepped to throw them once the Logi drop. Because one of the problems with these takes is if you're just going to gear up for these rushes, because you haven't opened any phantom pressure on the CC side or even on the highway side, the defense can sort of read that you might only be looking to push the breach, which I think is what we've just seen from Spirit Gaming. It's a really good read to identify that that's the only places that INF are pushing from. But if you're INF, you're not really going to have too many worries about the round. Like, that we're either going to go to match point on this round, or it's going to go really badly, but we're still 5-3 up. So I think it's a good call from INF to basically, let's have a round where we can just send it and see what happens. But obviously not working out for INF in this case.
Attackers are moving
This looks
out
like a
to
good
locate
basement.
bomb
We're
and
going to
defuse
return
it.
to basement. It's the top spot as we've been discussing throughout this game. And it looks like we're going to see the same sort of roam game coming out from Spirit Gaming. I'm really hoping they make some adaptations to help out their bar player, or that the bar player will fall off sooner. Because if we see, 2 opening picks in the first minute, this is not going to be looking good for Spirit Gaming.
Two more rounds to the side of INF Esports, which they need to secure.
That's not mine going up.
Traces thermotouch. Clearing the way.
Still a little bit of time left. And still a lot of opportunities and chances which they can use. Again, last round was a little bit experimental, right? They haven't done too much of a rush. They have always been quite set up 1, 2, 3 what to do. So nothing too
Attackers have dropped the
surprising
bomb
here.
diffuser.
As the time ticks
Looks
down
like we're
slowly
seeing
but
a
steady,
similar
we need
pitch.
to... Again, we need to see a little bit of pace here. We need to see a little bit of to take this control here. So now we're taking a little bit of space and also getting ourselves into the building.
Reloading. Cover me.
Yeah, so this bar player now holding onto this position, this is the same thing we saw from the round before, and INF have gone about this clear slightly differently. It's now a very heavy mid-floor execute, knowing the top floor is clear, getting the vert going, Nina finding a pick through the vert too, trades coming in back and forth. The round has basically exploded off of this mid-floor engagements, and now INF are basically setting up for their execute after this thus settles in a 3v2 with 2 players on low HP from the side of INF.
As we get ourselves a little bit of
Seeing-
more control now, opening also up the hatches.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
It's gonna make it a little bit more easy for the side of INF. But here again, this victory would mean that they have the match point. This vertical gameplay is also now starting, and there's only 2 players who could deny that. It's a Mute and a Goyo, and from the looks of it, I think Goyo still has only the impacts, not the C4. But there's still a lot of time left.
Attackers
And also
have
2
located a
players
bomb.
are very low HP from the side of INF, so wouldn't be too surprised to see them lose their life to said Goyo canisters. They can be quite dangerous. But we're entering the last 30 seconds of this round. As we're just waiting for the drop. We're just waiting for these people to peek in. But the time ticks down, and if INF Esports don't do the execute soon, they're gonna fall in the same problem as Spirit Gaming had the rounds before. It's not executing on time.
Attackers dropped the
15
diffuser.
seconds left on the
Attackers recovered
board.
bomb diffuser.
And we need to
15
push
seconds to go.
now or never. This
10
is
seconds
not
to go.
going to end well. As the drop happens, with the other people, we're holding the long down side.
5 seconds
As
to
we
Those
think
go.
about the
C4s.
corner, find ourselves another kill, but our teammate walks free, but we have the back from it. And as is, INF Esports find themselves on a match point position.
100%. This is a really good execute coming in from INF. It basically all started popping off on this mid floor, having the vertical pressure to clear these bar players out. The trades came in back and forth, and then it's a really good execute from the side of INF. Hunter is really popping off. He is carrying his team right now. The cover on the bomb plant was really, really good too. They've identified, I don't know if they identified they had no C4s, but the lack of C4s from Spirit Gaming are really making it difficult to deny this bomb plant. So as soon as they
Attackers need to
dropped and
locate
had the
and
cover,
defuse as many bombs
then
as they can.
they were set in stone to get the bomb down. There was a BP from the side of Spirit Gaming, so they knew the execute was coming in. But INF just being better, winning their gunfights, and having a little bit of trash talk as well coming out in the chat. Lumen really feeling himself now. Really, I think it was maybe his idea to orchestrate this execute, and it's showing off. They're really feeling themselves now. Being 6-3 up puts you in a really good place to close the game out. And this is only a BO1.
Attackers have discovered
This is
the
not a
location of
BO3
a
because it's
bomb.
not an elimination game. So being that BO1 and basically being on the match point to go to the grand
10
final,
seconds left.
you must be feeling good about yourselves, and you're going to be thinking, we've got 2 attacks on the board. Our third
5
attack should be
seconds
just as
left
good, and we
before
are going to see a repeat back to basement. But I like the introduction of the mirror. It looks like we're going to see a change in strategy coming out from Spirit Gaming. They've tried the roam twice, and it's really good to see that teams have identified that this is just not working. We need to switch it up. Let's go to a different strat in our strat book and try and change it up. So INF not seeing this strategy before, it could really hit them. It could be really good from the side of Spirit Gaming to just hold the bomb site.
And I think it's fair to just mention it one more time. It is a best of 1. So again, winner moves on, loser goes down. So there's no more retrying, there's no more second map after this. The winner just moves on to the groups finals. The other one has a little bit of a retry. But here again, let's be honest, you always want to take these best of 1s and do your best on them. So far, Spirit Gaming, they have been showing a little bit of a shocking result.
Scanning for electronics. Located
But 3 rounds. Theoretically speaking, 3 rounds is not impossible. We've seen it multiple times, multiple teams coming back from a bigger score difference. So it also comes down to not lose hope and to not lose faith, as now hedges are being opened, but the gameplay is starting. We just need to make sure we get ourselves out of this position there.
located a bomb.
Okay, so as we go into this mid round here, this is again the middle stage of the round. This area, this section of the rounds, this is what will win and make or break the rounds for you. This is where you've got a minute 40 on the clock, coming up to a minute 30 now. You've got to now just do all of your steps. You've got the vert going. You need to now decide kind of what execute you want to go for. Clearing the util, as we see there. You can use the vertical, clear this mirror from above. It's smart to pop the mirror, but obviously it's still been technically cleared. And now we can see which execute INF want to gear up for. It looks like they're droning for a moto execute rather than a kitchen execute. As you see Luminzi droning the site from this moto hatch, try and clear these Azamis and find their way in. But this is the problem. If this is going to be just a push and there's no pressure from blue, it's going to be really difficult to work your way into the bomb site. Especially with the Sazami as well, there's too many roadblocks in my opinion for them to clear. So again, this is all become chaos as this round plays out.
Need to reload.
As the round goes on, we lose one of our members. Now we find ourselves in a 4v5 position. With Spirit Gaming being and having the man disadvantage, and they are also in a round disadvantage, is not going to look too great, especially as INF Esports pick up another kill. A little bit of a fight back is now coming through. All it takes a few more kills. Lumen sitting there ready to plant the bomb, and that's how easy it can go. A best of 1 ending for INF Esports as they take the victory on this map. Clubhouse 7-3 favoring INF Esports. And I'm just gonna ask you straight ahead, what do you think about this match? What is your opinion?
I think it's a similar story to the match before. I think we've got one team that is just outclassing the other team. Like, I was looking at the lineups and I was going, they've got the Azami, they've got a lot of util here to hold this bomb site. But, INF just finding these kills. The DMR, ringing true off the Lion, he's found a couple of entries. And the defense has just fell apart. Like, INF have just really done their attacks well. They've read into these strats of Spirit Gaming, whether it was a roam or if it was an anchor strat. INF reading into it really, really well and bringing the right tools to deal with it, basically. And unfortunately, like, if we're just going to put it bluntly, Spirit Gaming not coming to the game today, especially this being our upper bracket semi-final game. It's not the end of the world that the Spirit Gaming lost. They're going to now go into the promotion match to still make it to the grand final of the group. But if you're Spirit Gaming, I think you're going to be looking at yourselves going, I think we can do a lot better. It's just, as we've seen throughout the league, throughout the tournament so far, it's just a difference in the basics. Especially on a lot of these maps, it's not like Border where it's just ultimate chaos all the time. There is stages to the attacks. I think INF just throughout all of the stages just showing their class, and Spirit Gaming not quite being to the level we were hoping they would be today.
And I said this was a little bit of a side match. So it was just a little bit of a peekaboo in as our actual match that we were meant and which we still be going to follow. Premier Esports against Bios Kittens is going to start within probably the next 10 minutes. Potentially even less, depending if the teams are ready soon. So we're gonna throw you guys a little bit of a break, get yourself a little bit of popcorn, a little bit of a few drinks. This is going to be the next last best of one which we have ahead of us. So stay tuned, see you guys soon. Don't run away because there's still one more match. After that, you guys can go. But still stay here for one more. See you guys soon. Hello, welcome back to the last and final match of today. We're gonna be spectating Pamela Esports versus Bio Kittens. Again, a quite interesting name. Every time I say the name, it just makes me smile. But this is going to be the last best of one of today. We had a little bit of an extra match, and just to keep you guys updated what is happening on the other side, on the games which are not being streamed. The game They Don't Know against Valor Esports ended up being They Don't Know winning 2-1 against Valor Esports. So they're taking the victory, they're moving forward. But now we have one more match to focus on, and why don't you just take us over the map? Which map are we gonna be seeing as the final and last map of today?
I don't know if you could guess from the way we're smiling at each other, but we are going to be going back to Clubhouse once again. Watching, who also are in Dai's favorite camp, and you guys love this map too. You are going to get to see Clubhouse once again. So this map clearly being extremely popular in this tournament. Maybe all the teams in this tournament have been practicing Clubhouse, or maybe all of the other maps are just not very good in the opinion of these teams. So if you are, if you are the same as Dianic and you absolutely love this map, you're going to get a real treat because we're going back to Clubhouse. For those of you that are in my camp who have had enough of this map and would like to see something different, unfortunately, we would like to go back to Clubhouse. So back to Clubhouse we go. This should be a good matchup. This is also a BF1. This is not an elimination game. This is decide who in Group C is going to be going to the Group Grand Finals. Obviously, the loser will still get another series to try and make it back to those Grand Finals, and that will be a BO3, which will be happening at a later point. But this is, again, a BO1, so every round counts, and I think all of the players are in lobby, and we are good to go into the game.
Well, there's one say and one say only. Third time is a charm. Right, this is going to be our third try to get a good Clubhouse match here. As you said, if you're my boat and you just absolutely love this map, you cannot get enough of it, then you're going to be happy to see this map again, because I'd rather spectate 3 times Clubhouse in a row than spectate Lair. So, just throwing a little bit of fate and shade there, because that map, I just cannot. But we're not on that map, we're in a beautiful map like Clubhouse, even though you had enough of it. I didn't. What are the bans going to be, Amguns? What are you expecting here? We already have a Maverick taken off the board.
I think everyone knows what I'm going to say at this point. Like, it's going to be a Cade. Seeing this Mav ban, I'd be very surprised if we don't see a Cade or Tabara ban. I like the shield ban finally. So I think people, Familiar Esports, really realizing that, like, maybe if they've been watching the VODs from before, these shields are like really annoying to deal with. There is ways and means you can do it, but I like to see the Blitz ban. We mentioned it at the start of the day. The Azami ban, another very common operator that we've seen throughout both of the games today. And these are all pretty much standard bans. This is why, ideally, we would have liked to see a different map, because now I'm just repeating myself for the 3rd time today. And there's the Cade ban. Yeah, as we predicted, as soon as you see that Mav ban, if you leave that Cade open, it can cause you so much headache, as we saw in previous games and on our Playday one on Sunday. So let's see, hopefully, if one of these teams can come up with some creative strategies on how to attack this map, so we have something different to cast as we go into this game.
Listen, I'm just sitting here having the biggest grin on my face, because it's just Clubhouse again. You guys don't understand the love, the passion that I feel for this map. And again, what a surprise, we're starting off first round defense on basement.
Almost as if we could have predicted it, Dianic. Who would have thought that we go back to basement?
But here's the thing, and this is what I like about Clubhouse. Even though it is over and over, nearly most of the times, the same thing, you cannot forget that at the end of the day, it comes out which team can play the fundamentals better and which team can perform these better. And then you will see, like, as already mentioned, Clubhouse is a check by checklist map. So if you do step A, you're gonna have to do B, C, and D in order to breach or plant or execute. But if you skip one of these steps, then you can be punished like in the maps in the games before. You're just easily gonna be punished, you're gonna be fragged out. And this is what makes Clubhouse for me so beautiful, because you're gonna have to have these fundamentals set and down, because if you don't have them, it can look like you're being stumped over, but it's just not working on a map where you need the fundamentals to be going by a checklist. Now also I want to point out, we have Arkari from ITB Academy playing on Bios Kittens. I think that's an interesting evolution happening over there, as we're also now moving ourselves into the map, already quite cheeky here.
Ooh.
Potentially find ourselves a kill, and there we go! The player I've just talked and highlighted about a little bit, Arkari, is gonna be the first one to be taken out. That's the C4 now gone as well, and a shotgun. And with that, we have secured ourselves the top and middle floor within a minute of the game.
100%. So this is looking really good from Puna Esports. This is how you want to start the map. You want to come out swinging and get the opening pick. And as you can see by the lineup from Puna Esports, this is looking like a Modo or a focus on getting the kitchen hatches open, getting the verticalities going. And I love the introduction of the Nomad. We've seen so many games across the Sunday, as well as earlier today, where flanks have won the defense. They basically snatched the round away from the attack, and to have the Nomad on board basically means you don't have to dedicate anyone to watching the cams, as we see a trade coming in from the vertical that I've just been speaking about, to further increase the advantage of Puna Esports. Now, if you're on the defense here, you kind of need to flank. If you just sit on site and let this 5v3 execute happen, it's probably not going to go your way. Because now we've got the Nomad, it can continue to be a 5v3 for the rest of the round. Nobody needs to watch cams. No one needs to really hold the flank. You can see IQ here is holding the flank. But you can see the air jab is on the door too. So this is more for the backstab than for flank watch. This is why I think having this flank watch, it's so good. Because you can basically have 5 guns up and just not have to worry about any re-aggression coming out from the defenders.
My toxic babes are in position.
2-man disadvantage on the side of the defenders here, as they're taking a little bit more damage. Bios Kittens, they're not looking too great right now. It's Permida Esports, they open up all the vertical holds, open up all the hatches that they need for this execute. They're doing quite a lot of damage here, so we're playing with the half wall open, but there's a mirror window in play. This could be quite dangerous.
Yeah, they're gearing up for a church execute here, Dianic. And as we see the backstab start to come in from the IQ, they're also flashing into church. But this mirror is going to be a problem. Here comes the execute. There's 2 guys in blue. This mirror is going to find 2, hopefully. Yeah, cleans up the backstab nice and easy. How does this help the offense get into sight? It looks like they've stalled out. Still trying to clear this black box position. Lami finding a huge kill. And this is now just chaos as the execute comes in. Plant going down as the clock lines down. And there's the trade onto the mirror to close out the round. This is crazy round coming in as the clock dwindles down, but Puna Esports just being able to close it out as the chaos and the dust settles.
There we have it, how quickly it can go. Now the first round has been now decided, favoring Permida Esports, and this is quite surprising. As already mentioned, the team who does the better step-by-step routines, the step-by-step checklist, is going to be the one taking the round. Now, this last round is rather more surprising because we are in the basement shot. It should have favored Bios Kittens, but they've lost a quite essential player quite early in the round, and after that they had the man advantage. It just went downwards from that position. If Permida Esports can do the same, just pick up the kill, get another kill on top of that, and then just keep up the man advantage, they're gonna be able to just get themselves another few rounds here. Because from the looks of it, Bios Kittens, they're playing the exact same lineup and potentially the exact same positions. Just gonna give Permida Esports a little bit of a head start, because now they know what these enemies are bringing on the table and they can just work against it and work with it for a better result.
Yeah, very interesting to see the switch to the Brava. I'm maybe thinking this is for the Valk cams. If I'm looking at the lineup of Bios Kittens, I'm not really seeing what else this Brava is going to get used for. Obviously the shotgun as a secondary gadget is quite useful in case your buck goes down. But interesting to see the swap to the Habana as well. Maybe thinking this Ash is now stuck unless she wants to beeline it across. But there's good opening work here from the buck to basically pin this Valkyrie to sight. We hear the C4 rip. Is Valkyrie going to be able to find a way out of this? No. Oh, she is, sorry, because of the C4.
C4.
That's a great opening for Bios
There we go.
Kittens.
Exactly. We had one of the few C4s. We used it for a kill. We took a little bit of damage, but that's fine. But we secured ourselves one of the kills. There's potentially 2 more C4s on the board which they can use for plan denial or even vertical gameplay. or the Toxic Babe can assist. But with that C4, they got the bulk out, so the vertical gameplay is going to be a little bit more difficult, potentially with secondary half breach gadgets from the IQ. It could be a little bit more possible, or Hibana, depending if one of these two operators even brought the secondary breaches with them. But other than that, we can see that Bermuda Esports, they've now gotten a little bit of a fallback. Losing your soft breach is gonna hurt you a little bit as we have the hatches open, but from the looks of it, we're now needing to change our strat a little bit because the same plan as before is not gonna quite work out this round.
100% Dianic. Like, especially now that we don't have this vertical, as we spoke about in the game before, this back armory position becomes very strong, but we are going to see the Valkyrie give it up. So now it looks like Bermuda Esports with a minute to go have got all the control they want, they've got the hatches open. You really need to decide, ideally in the next 10-15 seconds, how this execute is going to look. You need to start getting people in positions to force your way in. This is looking like really good from Bale's Kittens. They've just got to sit tight, hold their crossfires, and wait for Bermuda Esports to kind of get them front on. There's no backstab coming out in here either, because obviously you've lost a man. You don't have that. This could be a really cheeky kill coming up from Akari. They have not droned this, as far as I'm aware. So if this is where the execute is coming from, Akari could go huge here.
He definitely could, as he's just waiting for this drop and it's going to happen. He finds himself a kill. And he's just playing the same hatch again, but this time on the other position as these players are trying to get him out as the plan is happening on the other side. But Moto is going to be injured and taken out again from Akari. That's a C4 gone. Plan's not going to be finished fully. It's going to be taken out by Bauer. As we swing the hatch, we're trying to find this player on the vertical gameplay, but it's a 1v5 scenario post-planned. And all we need to do is stay alive. It's not going to be easy as Akari is there ready to save the day as he finds himself a triple kill and the defuse is happening. And now this is Bio's Kittens taking the round.
Yeah, really well played round from Bale's Kittens. You got the opening pick with the C4. You killed a really influential operator. C4 for all that vertical pressure not being able to be played is really well played from Bale's Kittens. But they've done nothing special. You've got the opening pick. You're going to hold your crossfires. You're going to wait for this execute to come in. And unfortunately, from the side of Bermuda Esports, they just didn't have the tools or the way in, if you like. Especially in that mid phase that we've been talking about the whole stream, you've got to kind of decide how you're going to make this work. But just too much utility on the side of Bale's Kittens, so they've brought it back to 1-1. It's not too bad for the mental side. We might finally get a game that's going to go round for round between both teams. We might actually have something exciting to cast because, quite frankly, all the games so far have been stomps from one team. We didn't get to watch the best of 3 series today go to final OT. Hopefully this game will make up for that and we'll get a real nail biter of a game today. Looks like we're going to see the first gym defense here coming out for the side of Bale's Kittens, and I like the lineup switches coming up from Bermuda Esports. Lots of utility, the Capital is going to be your enabling operator to get your anchors in sight to move and get you into sight. And my only concern, I like the use of the Thatcher too, so the mute on the side of Bale's Kittens is not going to really be a problem here. So we should see a pretty standard execute coming out from Bermuda Esports here.
I would like to say that I agree that this match could be a little bit closer, but we've seen it on the other matches. And this is why I also like to say the first 2 rounds of each map is a little bit of a get to know each other. Because we've now lost one of the players due to disconnection issues. So we were already being left in the 4v5 instead of the defensive. But the first 2 rounds is kind of get to know each other, understand what's happening, understand how the enemy team is playing. And after that, most of the times you'll see one team taking the lead and just pushing ahead. And this is what we've been seeing in the past few games, especially on Clubhouse. So I do think that's kind of going to be the case here. Depending how Bermuda Esports play this, I could see them be the team coming here on top, because that first round actually kind of convinced me. Based on the way they attack, based on the way they play the first round, they look quite solid. And from the looks of it, we're potentially ready to take here another kill. They're doing a little bit of damage, not quite enough yet for a kill. But we established already so much ground and swing in. Ready to take this gunfight. Stop a bow here. Bio. Just make sure not to die to this IQ as you swing around. Still trying to get this kill. On the other hand, we have been unsubbed. Making Eto out. Getting himself a kill. Plans happening on the meanwhile on side as we just moved ourselves on side. Taking out the player who was playing behind the mirror window. But that's post-plan scenario. Valkyrie still down below is gonna find a
Defenders
Thermite.
located the diffuser.
But down below, you can't do too much damage. As the IQ finds Akari moving up now into gold, we know at least one player is down below and one player is con. So we have the exactly two position of these two players, but it's a 2v4, which makes this so much more difficult. In a beautiful spot seeing and weakness spot understanding from Permitted Esports to just walk on side after they killed the mirror window, taking out the Valkyrie from down below now, and that's the final kill happening. Schnitzelpanzer finds himself the final kill, and honestly, I'm just in love with these names. You don't even understand half of them because they're German references, but holy, I'm in actual love here.
Maybe while we've got a rehost here, Dianic, you can pick your favorite name and explain to everybody watching that maybe isn't from a German background why these names are so funny. Maybe choose your favorite. I think we are going to see a rehost here, so you've got some time to explain your favorite one to us.
I'm thinking about. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm Austrian, and Schnitzelpanzer, Schnitzel, is like an Austrian dish, right? So
Okay.
I kind of have to go with it, right? If you look at it that way, I would have to say that I go with the Schnitzelpanzer, because, right, Schnitzel, Austrian, right? We don't talk about what's happening behind that because, right. But if you look at the other name, Finanzamt, it's a little bit of a meme joke in Austria.
Okay.
So I'm just in love with these two names. It's just a lot of German references. You guys don't need to understand it. It's just like German references.
All we need
okay?
to know is
So,
that it's
well,
funny. Is that what I'm hearing, Dianic? All we need to
For
know
the
is
German people,
that
I'm
you're
pretty
enjoying
sure for the German, Austrian, and Swiss people, these two names are quite funny. Especially the Finanzamt one. That is a funny one.
So, yeah, for our non-German background people, that's a little bit of an insight into why Dianic is enjoying these team names. Sorry, enjoying the names of these players and smiling so much. I think that's the first time we've seen that smile come out from Dianic. So we are now thoroughly enjoying ourselves as this game gets rehosted. So try and keep you busy while this game is being rehosted. It's unfortunate that either Siege being Siege or the Wi-Fi dropping out, either one that it could be, has caused us to have this rehost. I don't think that the team who's in the 45 will get the round back. But yeah, we can jump to a break while we're trying to get this lobby rehosted for you guys. So as soon as that is back up and running, we will be back with you to finish the rest of the game off. So I think we're going to jump to a break. Hey. the fourth round
Break.
of the defensive half of Bears Kittens.
Exactly. We just went a little bit on a break because there was a little bit of a rehost. Now that everything has been fixed, we're back in the game. Round number 4. And this is where I would normally usually say that one of the team takes on the lead because, you know, first 2 rounds get to know each other, understand how the enemy team is playing this, what's like happening, and stuff like that. So it is completely fine. But Amkins would now say that this is going to be a close match. Do you still agree, Amkins? Do you think this is going to be the closest match we had so far, or do you think one of the teams is going to just step up and just move forward with the points?
As you said, I think it's a little early to tell. We've only, like, the first 2 rounds are feeling each other out. I think we've got a good pause here as we get a blue screen. Siege being amazing Siege and not letting us actually start this game. For what I've seen so far, I think we're going to have a lot closer of a game. All of the rounds so far has been a lot closer. We've seen a really last minute scrambles that could have gone either way. And if you're not aware, this blue screen of death in Siege normally means that somebody has crashed again. If it is the same player that has crashed, that also crashed last time, we might have a problem on our hands. But from what I'm seeing is the...
Oh, look at this. Look at
From what I'm, yeah, a little bit
Look
of
in chat.
glitching there at the bottom. I'll say lots of stuff happening in chat. Nice little combo between
in
the
chat,
players.
Finansam just asked if the casters are good. We're great. We're good. Just sitting here waiting for the match to start. Very, very, very kind of you to ask that. Even though I just made a
Yeah.
joke about it. His name.
I'll say, but they can't hear us in game.
They can't
maybe
hear
when they
us,
watch
but
it
if they
back.
watch this back, just know,
Yeah.
guys, we've seen your message. And we're good. We're good. So
We're
it's
having
great.
a great time.
Listen, third game. Third game on Clubhouse. I love it. He might not love it too much, so. But I'm
I would have been
I'm
great if we
absolutely
saw like a
happy.
border or something. Like we saw the complete opposite of this, like having to check all these things off, do all these stages, and we just went to like chaos. You know, just to give us some variety in the tournament. But it seems like all of the teams like this really strategical sort of, really tactical style of Siege. I don't think we saw some aggression come out from one of our teams early, where they were playing really aggressive, trying to get early picks. But generally speaking, like it's been, as it was the third Clubhouse game, so we've been seeing, as Danik said, the same kind of stages ticking off the list. So unfortunately, because one of our players has unfortunately crashed again, we're going to jump to another break so we can go fix all of our problems. So on that note, we'll see you back after the break.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Setting up.
Peekaboo! We are back this time in the round, just making sure that the game actually started and we're not captured again in a blue screen. But we are back here in this game. Round number 4, Amgens.
Yes.
We're back on the top floor side.
Yeah, here we go again.
10 seconds left.
So we've seen this bomb site attacked a lot.
5 seconds to insertion.
As we saw in the round before, it's going to be most likely one of these split takes that we're going to see. I like the use of the Capital. There's a lot of power positions on this map, especially around the elbow, around bathroom, as well as the mattress, that can be really difficult to clear. So I like the use of the Capital. It should make it really easy to execute onto this bomb site. So we should see, again, the same as we've seen before. We want to take Rafters, we want to take CC. This could be a little bit of misdroning coming out here from the IQ, as they don't see this. I don't think they've seen Franco in the basement here, so he should be able to pick up an easy freebie, unless they spot the laser maybe from the Valkyrie. But it seems like a very normal take. We're going to open up CC, we're going to take cash, we're going to go get the main breach, and then we're going to flood site or try and make people move on site. But ooh, here we go.
Reloading now.
To come close to a kill, both of them are peeking in. Who's gonna take this first opening pick? And it's going to be Bios Kittens as they pick up here the IQ. That means potentially most of the Valkyrie cameras are gonna stay alive, but also that kill wasn't quite nice. As we now move to their potential to get this cheeky little angle onto the main breach, but nobody is on the jacuzzi wall. Nobody's breaching as we just find ourselves on the hatch, swinging around the
Attackers have
corner.
located a bomb.
No, surely not.
We're already filing a few text documents. And we just made sure that we filed his head on the way.
Yeah,
That's
no
another
drone,
claim to
no
the squad of
nothing.
Bios Kittens. Exactly. Just waited. Just swung around, got the peak, even though we got a little bit of a refrag now. But the man advantage is favoring Bios Kittens. But on the other hand, Permita Esports are doing the exact same thing as before. As we swing around the corner, jump it ourselves in, and then we go down with the plant. Unfortunately, the smoke doesn't quite cover us as Z4 comes down from below. The plant has been denied. A few kills have been picked up, though. On the other side, although we find ourselves in a 2v3, is looking quite well because Barry, he only has 5 HP, so a single bullet could take his life. As he swing around the corner, it's going to be Akari finding himself another pick here. It's all up to one man standing in a 1v3 scenario in the 50 seconds left. Swing around the corner, not quite hitting the bullets there. Akari is just playing with his prey. A little bit on the left, a little bit on the right on the window, peeking on the other side of the window now, just making sure this enemy is just wasting a lot of time outside. It doesn't get the idea to jump in as we now go into the building, and our car is just waiting on the island. On the right side as we swing around the corner, and we're already being expected and waited upon. So it's going to be Bios Kittens picking up another kill.
You love that name, don't you? You can't stop smiling
just-
when you hear the name Bios Kittens. You love to see it.
I
But yeah.
generally cannot, because I have this one picture that constantly gets in my head when I read Bios Kittens, and on top of that, my brain is just thinking about Disco Kittens for some reason. So it's just like, it goes way too far than it should go. So
Defenders protect your
Gotcha.
bombs from
it's a
being
fantastic
defused by
name. I'm
attackers.
absolutely in love with this name.
Well, Bios Kittens have played this round really well. They've got a couple of cheeky openings from the Valkyrie as well as from Lagoyo and Logi. Just seems like Permita Esports dropping the ball there a little bit. A couple of misdrones causing them to get 2 entries down without any trades. And then, a 5v3 is always going to be a tough situation, let alone on a map where you've got a mirror, another util to deal with. So back to our favourite bomb site again, back to basement. This is probably the best example of there's so many stages. Probably I think 3 to 4 stages you've got to achieve. You've got to roam clear, you've got to establish yourself on second floor, you've got to deal with any utility stopping you. So in this case, it's mainly going to be the mirror. I like the use of the Monty. It should help, the problem solving be easier for the side of Permita Esports. But also, if you're thinking about the long-term strategy of the siege round, you've got your 2 attacking rounds on your attacking half. Anything from here on out is almost like a bonus. You'll take a 4-2 split any day going into your defense. So that should be really putting Permita Esports' sort of mind at ease and help them relax and attack this in the right way. Goyo is lining up for a cheeky kill here on main stairs, but he's now decided to fall off. we are seeing Habana kind of drone through strip, and it seems like they've identified this as a bunker. So we should see, if Preliminary Sports read this well, they should have mid-floor set up relatively quickly and have lots and lots of time to be able to work their execute. But that Tabaro, once again, can't outright deny the hatches because there's no Cade, but still will help waste a lot of time. So let's see how this round plays out, Danny.
Definitely multiple ways how this could be playing out. Unfortunately, Schnitzelpanzer is going to take a little bit of damage here on the Monty as he was not quite deployed
Time to make a new door.
within entirety of his shield. Fire just here in dirt with the smoke as we all know it and love it. Foxy Babe Canasta goes out, just barely misses his Schnitzelpanzer, and just a lot of time is being wasted here as we still find ourselves in dirt, secured this spot and not quite gonna move out of it. This kitchen has now is also going to fall, is going to be opened, denying a lot of place and a lot of opportunities for the smoke to
Attackers
be
have located a
rotating
bomb.
out. So it just comes down to just isolate this player, get this kill. And unfortunately,
him cut
Monty's very
off.
low HP, so they've got him cut off, and that's exactly the thing. That's why I mean they need to make sure that they isolate this player and just get this kill done, because then they have the upper hand. They get the smoke gone, plant deny gone. But the only problem I see here is Eto, Barry, and Francesco. All of these three can have a C4 in pocket, which will make it difficult for a default plant
Attackers
spot.
dropped the diffuser.
Ooh, and as I say that,
Eto
Eto
finding a
finds himself
freebie.
kill. Exactly. Franco's just gonna deal a little bit of damage. Gonna take a little bit of damage as well on the other hand. You deal a few more shots here and there. Schnitzel is gonna find himself a kill with the knife, and that is the smoke gone. Back down to 4v4. C4 comes, not gonna find anyone as Finanza finds Eto. And we find ourselves in a 2-man, in a
Attackers recovered
3v4
the diffuser.
one-man disadvantage. Gory canister being popped, Akari just popping off heads, popping a few bullets into the shoes as well, all up to Finanza. I'm taking
That's
a
the
lot
fire!
of damage here,
Can't
not
stay
quite
there!
realizing the fire is happening. Akari finds one, a second, a third, and he's just gonna top it off with a fourth at the end, and that's a quad for him. So Bios Kittens pick up another round.
Yeah, Akari has just absolutely popped off, like the 4K with the fire, and it's just I think the credit has to go to, like, although the 4K was very impressive from Akari, that the credit should go to the smoke to waste so much time. Like, it came down to a minute to go and the smoke still hadn't been traded. By the time they'd finally cleared the smoke out and challenged that shotgun in dirt, there was only like 30 seconds left, and you know, when you've got someone like Akari and you're trying to push into him low on time, that's never going to go well. He's not, he's on ITB for a reason. You can't just let him have all these amazing circumstances to basically fry you. He's 6-0 right now, so like, he is frying everybody in the server, basically single-handedly, leading Bios Kittens to win some of these rounds. Because, Preliminary Sports just, you have the Monty, and once those smoke canisters have faded, you've got to push. Even if you trade the Monty because he's been on low HP, it's still a good trade, because you now have dirt control. But just, time is not Preliminary Sports' friend right now. But as we mentioned previously, like, you've got your two attacks. If you get a 3-3 split, it's even great. Sorry, it's even better. If it doesn't work out, it's not the end of the world, because now you're going into your defense with a 4-2 down, but those two primary bomb sites should help you bring you back to 4-4. So yeah, this should be, let's see how Preliminary Sports want to play their last attack. Looks like a typical Rafters take, as we've seen countless times before today. We've got the Capital. Interesting to see the Nomad. They might opt to rotate to Master and have the Nomad in the pocket so they don't get flanked as they're executing through Con. So it'll be interesting to see where the Capital decides to go after this breach gets opened.
As we can see, it's now breach is being opened quite early in the round, within the first 40 seconds, and that is pretty much good to say, as I like, there's a little bit of a thumbs rule, especially on club, as I like to say. If you cannot open up the main breach within the first 60 seconds of this round, well, then you already lost it.
A bomb has been
But they open up in
located.
the first 40 seconds so they can move around and get set down and what they want to achieve within this round. From the looks of it, Rafters is going to be a big play, as Capital is already waiting to firebolt it here. It's only a Legion, so theoretically speaking, they have it a little bit easier. They're not playing against an Azami, they're not playing against a Wamai. So many operators they could be playing against. It's not the case. As we're now
This looks
rotating
like a
around,
master play.
positioning ourselves for said execute.
Yeah, the way I'm reading this, it looks very much like Master Tech. I don't actually know. Like all of Bayo's kittens here are just holding the bomb site down. Pimera Esports kind of spreading themselves across the whole map. Nomad taking a little bit of damage, and then Capital finally finding the pick. And that wasn't a Legion in Rafters. So if they can identify that Rafters is now clear, I think that's where we're going to see this execute come in. Seems like Pimera Esports are really taking their time. They're kind of following some of the NA teams' philosophy where we're going to use every second of this clock and figure out where it's going to be best for us to push. You can see Nomad is now gearing up to take Garage. I think they've identified that Rafters is now going to be the play, but this mute is going to be a problem. If they haven't droned this mute, and they don't know this mute is here, you might get a freebie. There is one on default.
D4 comes
Huge trade coming from
through.
Ash.
Drop the bomb to
Just walk up the red stairs. Akari just picks up a double kill there. A little bit of a shotgun left, right, and center. And we find ourselves in a 2v2. So all of a sudden everything just collapses on site within the last few seconds. Akari finds himself a triple kill, potentially a quad on the board. He's just looking for these kills to get even more than he already has. A little bit of a pre-fire downstairs, not gonna find anyone. Bio's gonna find a final kill in this round, and there we have it at 1v2, easily denied. And I think it's a good rule to say if Akari is alive, it's never over.
100%. Like, this is a crazy round. It was a 5v3 on the side of Pimera Esports. Came down to a 3v2, then Akari's found another, I believe. Oh no, sorry, Bayo's found another with the smoke, evened out to 2v2. So I think the call was from Pimera that we're just going to send it. I think there might have been a little bit of miscommunication between some of the members, as I think they were gearing up to take Garage. Whereas the Thermite, I think, as you saw, he's already bombed it into the bomb site.
Attackers need to locate and
He's
defuse the
fully
bomb.
sent it, maybe expecting his team to be able to cover the plant when it was not quite ready, and basically causing chaos. I think both teams maybe not quite ready for what was about to happen, but it falls in the favor of Bayo's Kittens. So now we need to see if hopefully Bayo's Kittens can keep up the same pressure on their attack as they did on the defense. If you're Pimera Esports, this is your chance to really like bunker down or get a, basically set the pace of how you
Bomb
want these
located
rounds
by
to go.
attackers.
Because now the attackers have to come to you. And from what we've seen so far, if the current pattern holds true, this should allow Pimera Esports to get to a 4-4 split, or kind of get back into this game because they're on the defensive side now. So this is a pretty good split from Pimera Esports. Nothing crazy coming out from the strategy side of Pimera Esports as well. This is a very normal looking lineup. You've got the Bandit to be able to deny this wall pressure, the Legion and the Fenrir to stop any lurks, as well as make the execute a lot more difficult. So I think we're going to see this round play out exactly how every other gym attack has played out so far.
The bees are going to be quite interesting, same as the Docker, because the bees take away sound but also reveal position, and the Docker as well takes away sound and reveals position. So it's fair to say that no roamer, no person on site is going to be safe from these two players, unless they're being taken out quite early in the round, and they are not going to be able to deal as much damage as I'm giving them credits right now. From the looks of it, we're taking a little bit slow from Bios Kittens, not quite too fast, not quite too aggressive, as this is their first round on the attack. Franco already finds himself in bar, taking a lot of control here, but other than that, it's a little bit quiet right now.
Yeah, a very slow round coming in from Bayo's Kittens. Seemed like they want to take a similar approach to Pimera Esports' last round. Really take their time, make sure they're not giving up any free kills, kind of getting themselves set up to pinch this. It looks like they're going for a pinch on the cash side. They've got a player below to cut off the rotations. ITB, sorry, what's his name? We get this right. Akari looking to crouch walk up the red stairs, put some pressure on this top red guy with his bees. Now we're going to see this clear try and come out onto this cash side. As long as they go together here, they should be able to find these players, but the Legion finding one onto the Doka below as they continue to try and clear the cash side.
We're just waiting for this bandit trick to happen, but not quite anyone is breaching there. As the swing comes along, doing a little bit of damage, not quite enough here for a kill. Franco, well, he's gone. That means man disadvantage. But Akari, he's looking for these kills So for one of the best performing player on the side of Bios Kittens, and here again, you're not allowed to underestimate this guy. There's a reason why I highlighted him quite early in the round, because I know just from based on other leagues how dangerous this player could be. So to see him here playing a little bit of a aggressive position, a little bit of a frag position, this gives him that ability to take and just get into gunfights. As Ato finds the equalizer, makes it back down to a 4-4. But we are in the last 20 seconds of this round, so the execute needs to happen now or never as the bees come through. And we just need to send it now or never. So swing around, taking a little bit of damage. A few kills happen here, right and there. It's going to be Ato finding the kill. Akari is now gone. But it is just going to be Permitted Esports finding this defensive round. As they played the time quite well, as we saw. If you execute within the last 10 seconds, it's not going to work. So swing around the corner, we get 1, 2, and 3 kills on the board. And that's how easy it can go. That's how easy a round can change. Number made a pick up a round, making it 3-4. So, you know what? I'll actually give it to you. I'll actually say this is the closest match we had so far. And I'll have to apologize.
Yeah, I don't know about all of those in the stream, but I'm really enjoying watching this game. I thought Bios Kittens maybe were expecting a lot more aggression out of Permitted Esports. They were going for the playstyle of kind of, we're going to go everywhere but nowhere, and seeing if they could find some openings that way. It's a very different, I have to give it to them, it's a very different style of Siege that we've seen so far during the day. It's more of a, we're going to play a lot more loose, we're going to try and play for picks and see what we can find. Maybe especially, you know, trying to capitalize on the individual performance of Akari so far to try and help them open up the round. But you've got to give credit to Permitted Esports. They didn't give them anything. There was that opening kill onto the Jaeger as the execute happened with only 20 seconds left, but it's still a 4v4. And then you saw the double combination of the MP7s just cut down the whole attack. So as we go to basement, I'd like to see some more, not aggression, but a little bit more of a plan coming out from Bios Kittens. Because if they keep just trying to play for these picks, and Permitted don't make any mistakes, they're really going to start struggling on these attacks.
See, I thought you couldn't watch this anymore.
Yeah, but
See,
now that we've seen the
I thought you
different
were
style...
saying, sitting here and just being like, you know what, I can't watch another game of Clubhouse, and all you all of a sudden hear, well, I'm really enjoying this. So, you know what, I'm just gonna put you on the spot here right now, because you were like talking bad about my Clubhouse, and now you're saying you're enjoying my Clubhouse. So what is happening here?
Oh, it's the style differences that we're seeing from Bios Kittens. So in the last 2 maps, we saw very similar approaches for both teams on how they wanted to attack this map. And I did say, I'll hold myself accountable to this. I did say it'd be nice to see some different styles or some different strategies coming into place. And it's just the fact that it's not so much the map, it's just that the map is even. We're seeing a real back and forth between the two teams, and especially some of these rounds have been like time scrambles in the last 5 seconds. It's just a lot more exciting than seeing everyone getting picked off one by one. So it's not so much the map. I would still like to have seen like Border or something different, but at least the game's a lot more exciting to watch. I'm sure all of you guys watching, you're finally getting what you came here for, which is some real exciting Siege, lots of trades coming in, lots of action. Whereas in some of the previous games, we just had it's very boring. Let's say that. Boring is good if you're the team playing, but for those of us watching, it's not so fun to watch. So that's how I'd answer that question, Dai.
Yeah, so you just kind of avoided my question, but you know what? I'll just give it to you, because the C4 also being popped, not gonna find anyone. So unfortunately, we'll have to move. A minute is left in this round, as we can see. Not too much has happened. We haven't started too much of the vertical gameplay. We're gonna have to do it now or never, as we find ourselves pushing down into blue. Not quite anyone ready there to take a gunfight. As we drop down, 2 of our players very low HP. We were not ready for this execute, especially not on blue. Ferry and Ato both. Single bullet left and away from death. As we're entering the last 35 seconds, we're trying to speed up a few things.
What is going on?
This is not quite going to work out on their favor. As the double kill comes in, the triple will be denied at the end, but we find ourselves in a sticky position. 2v4, swinging around the corner. We see the head, we find it, we connect the bullets, but we're left with 3 more heads to connect. So up to Schlüsselpanzer Zero and Chris. They have 1 person to kill, but it is Bio, and his entire team is named after him. 5 seconds left in this round. They just swing around the corner trying to get this kill. Chris is gonna be the one finding the end kill. That's how easy it can go. The defensive sides pick up another round, making it a 4-4. So this is the comeback that we wanted. But will this remain a comeback?
I'm starting to get really worried for Bayo's Kittens here. Like, this also reminds me, I think we're in Face It now. Like, you saw the Ying in blue
Oh lord.
with 4 Candelas in her pocket. Yeah, maybe flash your team in. I'm not sure what you're waiting for to use your utility. Like, I would have expected if we're going to just send it down blue, that maybe we Ying it first. But no, we're just going to one by one drop the hatch. Seems like we're playing TDM Face It lobbies now, and it is just, you can't do that at this level. It's something in Face It you can make it work because, you know, maybe not everybody's on the same level. You might be going against people that are solo queuing. But if you're going to just walk into a crossfire and you've got things like the Grim, the Yings, you've got to use this utility. So I'm starting to, I don't think Bayo's Kittens have really thought about how they want to execute or kind of what their plans are. They're just sending it and seeing what's happened. And from what we've seen so far, Penrith Sports are not having any of it. They're like, yeah, cool, you send it at us into a crossfire and we'll just cut you down. At this level, you cannot just basically decide you're going to push from one avenue, one by one, and pray that it works out. I'm hoping now that Bayo's Kittens, especially after their own tactical timeout, they've kind of had a decision and someone has said, like, look, we need to slow this down. Not slow this down, we need to just play more together. Like, we're seeing, especially in the first 2 minutes, not really anything happening from Bayo's Kittens. They're all just kind of chilling, not really much is happening. Penrith Sports are like, cool, yeah, you guys can waste your own time, we'll just sit here and wait for you. And Bayo's Kittens just really struggling to make anything happen. So it looks like a lot more of a cohesive lineup coming in from Bayo's Kittens for the CC attack. You've got the Monty for the rafters, you've got no traps to stop you from the side of Pareto Esports. So this really needs to be a good round for Bayo's Kittens, otherwise you're really going to start losing momentum throughout the whole game. Going 5-4 up after you've been 4-2 down is a really good mental advantage to have from the side of Penrith Esports. So this will be a huge round for both teams.
Deploying jammer.
So number 9 is now starting. One of the teams are able to secure themselves here another point, another advantage.
Device set.
2 rounds from both teams what we need in order to get to a match point. He has already mentioned the Monty is going to be trying to focus on rafters, and here again it's going to be a little bit more easier to take as the Azami is not there, not able to be brought. And we only have a Womai. Yes, theoretically speaking, he could be getting rid of the Capital Balls, but there's also Grim on the board and a few more people. And as the Monty is just going to push close, as soon as this Monty unfolds his shield, it's just going to go downward. As Finanza finds himself the first opening take here, taking out the Grim, taking out the B-Man, doing a lot of damage with some. I mean, as soon as the Monty comes close to you, you're gonna be in a little bit of a sticky position. Eto finds Womai, has Rafters now under his control. Finanza finds himself another kill, picking up another attacker, making it a neutral skull, and as Akari comes in as the savior of the day, he is gonna be traded out a few seconds later. All you need to do is find that double kill, but unfortunately it was not his turn. And here we have half of the round still remain 2v3 scenario, and still a lot of time that we could be using to deal a lot of damage. We still have the Monty on the board, but at this point the question stands, do you want to have a Monty in a 2v3 scenario or not rather another gun?
Yeah, I nailed it on the head there, Diana. You need to have, the Monty now is not as useful as it once was, and it's a really good hold from the castle and the mute below to basically hold this cross front to the rafters so the Monty gets no assistance. We are going to see a 2v1 on the Monty, and this is the problem. If you've got some elevation, this shield doesn't become anywhere near as useful, and this is a huge round from Penrith Sports. They've really focused, they've made sure they held their crosses, and this Goyo and the Bandit are not going to give Ace anything here. So Bayo is going to get traded out from above as we impact. And Bayo, the team is named after him, but he's been left alive twice now, and his team is leaving in some really sticky situations. So, as we mentioned, Penrith Sports going 5-4 up. This is now going to be a huge, even huger round for Bayo's Kittens. You do not want Penrith Sports to go match point up with 2 chances to lock the game out to make it into the group final. But again, Bayo's Kittens just not being able to deal with the extension by the castle. Your favorite name, one of your favorite people in the lobby, has popped off and got 2 kills with the Castle ACOG through the kill holes. So it's just a really good strategy coming up from Pim Esports. And I'm sorry to say it, but Bayo's Kittens are just not really reading into these. They're again just very one-dimensional, just looking up. We want to take rafters, but then once he's been isolated, we got C4'd. We didn't manage to get any support. I'm not even sure they opened the garage wall, like the lower garage walls. So we really need Bayo's Kittens to focus and sort of get their attacks together. Otherwise, Pin Esports are going to run away with this. We might see a 7-4 split.
I really think Bio needs to step up his game here a little bit. I mean, the team is named after him, but we could be seeing a little bit of a roster change if he doesn't perform as expected. I mean, we saw it there, Akari absolutely fragging out with currently, I believe, 10 kills on his name, doing the works. Where's Bio? Bio's the man that we need to
Bio's
step
5
up.
and 5. I think it's the rest of the team need to help these guys out. Bio's 5 and 5. Akari's got 10 kills, but everybody else is like 1 and 4, 1 and 5. So I think we need the rest of the team to like start playing the game. That Shaiko clip with all the controller, that might be applying here as well. We need Bayo's Kittens team members to really step up and help their team.
And the breach is now being opened. So we have secured ourselves the Jacuzzi breach, creating a little bit of line of sight, creating a little bit of a pressure, but also CCTV. And now it just comes down to where do we want to enter, where do we want to create pressure from. With Bayo's Kittens, they can select everywhere where they want. Con, Logi, Jacuzzi, CC. Just comes down that we make it one-dimensional, make sure that we have the team support behind our back to get these frags, because if we don't, we end up in a scenario like this where just one of our teammates dies, nobody there ready to refrag as we run outside potentially to get another kill here. Just gonna be denied of that kill, but we're being left with 5 HP. Will we get away with it? This is the point where Bayo's Kittens could have gone the 4v4. But we know there's a Legion somewhere down here, so sneak down. Akari ready with the Hibana to take this kill, but 2 of his teammates die by Finanza. His finger on the corner, and he gets himself the double kill as well. And it's 1v5. The one man standing, his name and his team. It's all up to him for this to become a 5-5 to the opponent's team, not to move up to the match point as Finanza. And that were getting themselves a double kill. As the finger on the corner, we just team kill. So that just means Finanzamt and that just got themselves both a 3k. If we count the team kill.
Yeah. Finanzant.
That means we have the match point.
Is saying that correctly? Finanzant? Am I saying that correctly, Dianic? Or am I butchering it?
Finanzamt.
Finanzamt. He is killing it right now.
Go.
Like, we are seeing that MP7
Absolutely
shred through Bayo's Kittens.
You know,
we saw him
you know
get
what's
a
also
double...
calling it? His name. Right, for the German people, I got you guys. There you go.
Cool, I'm hoping for the German audience that are typically watching these streams, you're enjoying this as much as Dianic. But from my perspective, I'm just
I'm actually
amazed.
trying. I actually have a tear right now, by the way. The Austrian people
but he is like
understand,
9
guys.
and 6. We were talking about Akari, we talked about how good he is. Obviously, he's an ITBA player. But your man on the Fenrir, he is loving this MP7. But like Bayo's Kittens, once again, you cannot just like face it style approach this where we're just gonna walk around individually. Like this, for those of you who are not aware, Siege, you can run and gun. It's a playstyle you can do, but if you're gonna go with this playstyle, you need to be able to trade the people that you're fighting. If you're just gonna give the defense 50-50s and they're smart, especially with the Legion on Perimeter Esports, he's read the counter. He's read the player to come hunt him like an instruction manual and just had his number. He's heard him crouch walking next to him, he's pre-fired him. Ideally, you want to be pinching this guy with like at least 2 people. You cannot just give the defense like 50-50s and just pray they go in your direction. We really need to see Bayo's Kittens sort of kind of force 2v1 engagements or like really start to use their utility. Like we've got the Ying on the board, which has been banned in all the previous games. You need to use this. You might see a free kill. No, the other guy's outside. All good. We need to see better usage of this utility to kind of give you some, as we say that, Franco's found a huge kill found the entry onto the Scopos. So that should help Bayo's Kittens get going and get back into this game. But if this is match point, now it's do or die.
Exactly. I've actually read a quite valid point out there. As Finanza picks up Akari, and my point just kind of being denied here. Well, I was about to make the point, what about if we just name the team Akari's Kittens? Because Bio is maybe not having his kittens under control here. They're not performing as he's wanted, and as Edzo finds Finanza, the one player has been making quite a lot of trouble. Not only real life world, but also in game. Right. I'm sorry. But it's just great, okay? You will never understand. And that what makes it so great, that just German, Austrian, and Swiss people will understand. And nobody else will. But as we move past that joke, we find ourselves from Bios Kittens in a man advantage. But they're 2 rounds behind. They're not allowed to make a single mistakes when it comes to the rounds anymore. They need to pick up these rounds 2 in a row if they want to push it up to a overtime to then secure themselves the victory. It is only a best of 1, so after this there's nothing. So all it is this one map. And that can be quite dangerous and not as easy to deal with. Because right now they
Oh, what a
have
shot!
man advantage to pick up another kill here with a beautiful kill from Franco. 2 more players standing alive from Bermuda Esports. As the pings come through, flashbangs as well, Ying Candelas just making sure the entirety of the side is white screen. Bio find themselves Schnitzel, so it's all one man standing. Is not going to be it. The Bio Kittens pick up a round, make it a 6-5. And this could be it. This could be the 6-6 comeback. Or is it a 7-5? Ambulance, where are you putting
Here
your
we go.
hand? 7-5.
I want
or
to see.
6-6.
I want to see OT. We haven't seen any claim like this. So just for the fans and everybody watching, I think it'd be the most exciting for us watching and for us to cast if we go all the way to OT. An 8-7 either way, obviously as a neutral who's casting this, that would be the most exciting outcome for us. But this was a much better round from Bios Kittens. I think it could also be because Perini Sports decided they wanted to troll around. I saw Fenrir and one of the other roamers getting maybe a little bit too aggro, kind of maybe getting a little bit over too confident with the way the gunfights they wanted to take. And Franco finally warming up and finding some entries, doing it has really helped Bios Kittens get into this. But it is basement. This will be the 3rd time that we see this defense. If we've seen Bios Kittens really struggle to attack this bomb site. And look at the lineup from Permitter Esports. We have a Capcan, a Malusi, and a Fenrir. Because I think Permitter Esports have basically just identified that Bios Kittens are just full sending it all the time. So these are the utility operators you want to see to basically slow down a push. But from everybody watching, I think it'll be the most exciting if we get an OT. Everyone wants to see OT, and then really feel, and both teams will really start feeling the pressure, and we'll get to see who's the better side.
Things I've been seeing from Mid Esports, they still have me convinced that's the issue from my side. Bios Kittens, every single round they've nearly won was based off frags. Yes, they've been refrags. Yes, they've shown that they can do it and play this map. But I want to lean out of the window and say Premier Esports get this round. I do see a 7-5 from their side. I've been a little bit more convinced from their gameplay. Is it also because I'm biased because of the names? Maybe. But that's another point. Right. Maybe I'm favoring the name a little bit.
I think you're definitely favouring Permitter Esports.
No, I'll never. I'm a very unbiased caster. I'll never do such thing.
We'll have to let the
Time
people
passes,
decide on
I'll
that one.
steady. Well, chat's gonna decide. Always wrong. As the time passes slowly but steady, we find ourselves in a double kill position. On
Surely he
the top
doesn't get the
floor
triple.
side,
Oh,
on
he's
the
just gonna
2
do it.
players from Bios Kittens are gone, but he just decides to just move on, go back to side, and just gonna leave our teammate on the top floor. Chris, he's not gone. We're back down to a 3-3. Beautiful retreated back to side, by the way, because he was just there ready to take the bullet. So it's all up to Buck, Ying, and the Ash. No Hibana, no Brava. We have the vertical gameplay. We have the player that creates a lot of chaos, aka the Ying. But that's pretty much it. So all the hatches stay closed, which are already closed. and nothing more is really gonna open up. As we don't really need to play the vertical gameplay onto Arsenal.
Lights on.
It's going to be a little bit difficult here.
My main concern here is as we see this execute start to come out, is there's only one C4 on the side of Premier Esports, and there's so much utility on the side of Bears Kittens to cause chaos. There goes that C4, but this kitchen hatch is not open. You've now used all your tin openers, so you just can't push kitchen. So Premier Esports are going to be, aware of this, and here comes the Yings as we see this church execute, which is going to have to be forced, and the Scopos is waiting for this. He is posted up, and I'm hoping the guys in blue have his crossfires. As he swings out, almost tagging the Ash, one drops Moto. Here comes this Moto execute. They found one of the entries, but it's been traded back by the Scopos. Scopos on the quad. This will be an ace to win the round out and to win the map. Here he comes with the final swing, with the diffuser down. Now the defense is just going to reset. They're not going to give this Ash anything. They know he's probably low HP, and this should be a Premier Sports round here. Give him the ace. As he keeps swinging, he's
around the
looking for it.
corner.
The Ash has found it.
Franco finds... Oh my god, Franco's on a triple kill.
no ace.
Oh. Fortunately, it wasn't quite the ace, it wasn't quite the quad, but it was going to be a Perimeter Esports victory 7-5. It could have been ginormous games of both these two players, but the one thing I have to say is this was definitely one of the closest matches we had tonight, and honestly, I'm not disappointed. All the gameplay we've been seeing, but at the end, it was just a double kill from the beginning on of the round, which just set the tone with the entirety of the game. Nothing more much to say about the game, I think, especially not from my side, but that match, closer than expected from my end, and I was a little bit surprised, but I am also a little bit disappointed. I think we have to change the name to Akari's Kittens. It's a little bit of a succession here. Just saying. Just putting it out there, guys.
He was slamming. Well, we finally got a game maybe like worthy of the stream. So I know we had a series go all 3 maps earlier, which we didn't get to watch, but I think this game more than makes up for it. We finally got a round that was pretty much back and forth. Like we went, 5-4, 5-5, and then it's gone 7-5, I believe. Yeah. But the Scopos on that gun, he started popping off, especially on that Rome 3rd floor. We see him take one on the Jacuzzi breach, 180 to kill the guy dropping Logi Hatch, and then the really good decision making to basically get on the Scopos and return back to site. We finally got a game that was like really back and forth, so I'm very excited. Although it was on Clubhouse and we saw Clubhouse 3 times, I can put that aside because we finally got a game that was so back and forth. So maybe when we come back to the next play day. Hey, we've seen it 3 times, so we can't have it.
You're still hating it. You're still hating it. So I'm saying.
Hey, it was a good map, but we can't have it happen. 3 maps is getting a little bit repetitive, so it is what it is. But it was a great game to watch, and that concludes our stream pretty much. So we'll see you guys for the next play day, I'm pretty sure.
Well, have a wonderful evening. Thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you for the production, and also thank you to Amos joining me on this cast today. We'll be back with another play day, so guys, just stay tuned. Look up for PBX on another play day. Until then, have a wonderful night. Enjoy your day. And bye-bye.